Let me welcome us today to the second edition of the International Railway Conference and Exhibition. Of course, we know that we hosted the first edition at the Chamber of Commerce and Industry because it means for us an opportunity for the private sector to key into this vision. And when the MD of the De-Sadel spoke yesterday, you could see that the De-Sadel is leading us into a new future.
I was very struck by the optimism of this conference, which is very important for Africa to have optimism. And I'm going to discuss a little bit about the importance of railways. Railways and electricity. Listen, railways and electricity are the two most important categories of hard infrastructure for our economy to develop. Railways for Nigeria are the most important aspect of its economy, along with electricity. These two essential areas of hard infrastructure
honor and privilege to stand before you this early morning to present to you what the university is doing and also based on the topic provided by the organizers. Research and capacity building as a veritable means in sustaining our railway industry. I am Honorable Professor Omar Adam Katzel, the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Transportation, Daura, the first of its kind, not only here in Nigeria, but the whole of Africa at the moment. This presentation is put together to discuss not only what the university is doing, But the collaboration, the partnership the university is doing with other relevant institutions within and outside Nigeria, as well as operators, developers, and investors in the area of transportation in general, and today in the area of railway industry. Thank you. Next. At the moment, we are no longer talking about the transportation subsector, but we are saying that the transportation sector, it is now at its turning point in Africa. Why? Because if you look at other clients, when you talk about rail, we are talking about on point. We are not talking about operation now, but optimizing the operations to see that we are on time. This is what other clients are competing. But we say that as we are starting, so we also get to that level by God's grace. Next, please. Therefore, railways are no longer an option to our transportation. They are now a necessity to drive our regional integration, to reduce logistics costs, and also to boost that industrialization across the continent. We must develop the railway because we know that with the railways, it will be easier for us to move from one country to another and also move our goods from one point to another. Next, please. However, the continent at the moment is facing some challenges. These challenges include financing constraints, infrastructural gaps, shortage of indigenous expertise, and this is why we are here. We all agree with this. Next, please. Another thing also is, it is my belief, by developing human capacity and attracting sustainable investment and harnessing innovation, Africa can shape its own railway system or its own destiny in terms of a railway subsector. Once we will be able to build capacity in our human and also be able to attract sustained investment, not investment that will come today and we will not see it tomorrow. No, let that investment be sustained. I'm sure we can shape our destiny in terms of railway industry. Next, please. And markets. Boost industrial competitiveness and significantly reduce carbon emissions compared to road transportation. This is a fact, and for that reason, we must build capacity in that area. Next, please. Another thing is that we can now see that railways are not just about movement of goods and persons. No, they are about economic and social development. Because many a times you move, not only for economic purpose, but to see those loved ones, to see associates. So you see not only on economic, but also on social development. Next, please. So, these challenges we are talking about, we need to discuss them so that we see how we can develop and turn them to opportunities. Next, please. First of that challenges is the financing of railway, which requires enormous capital. And Africa often depends heavily on external funding. It's a fact that building railways is not like building roads. Are cost effective, are cost centers. And unfortunately, that at the moment, even those people who have the wherewithal in Africa are not turning their minds and their thinking around the railway subsector. Therefore, we mostly, at the moment, depending on external funding. And to God be the glory, these external funding are also around us and ready to partner with us. So we should thank God. Next, please. Another thing is that our railway standards are fragmented with little interoperability across the country. You see, it is only now we are trying in Nigeria to move to Niger. And those who are mostly in northern part of Nigeria, they know that every minute somebody enters into Niger and comes back with goods and other means. In fact, as we are talking today, those markets around the borders are populated by those people from other countries. So it means that if we have a railway across the borders, it will be much easier for us. Next, please. Sadly, there is a reliance on foreign technology and expertise. This is another challenge. At the moment, we rely heavily on our foreign technology and expertise. So that's why the need to build our indigenous expertise is a challenge which we have to take up and which the university is at the moment also taking up. Next, please. Additionally, there's a gap in human capital as we do not yet have enough African engineers, technicians, policymakers leading the industry. You see, most of the operators are from other countries. But we know that even those other countries, and even China, they developed from other technologies, mostly from Germany, from Japan, but now China is now leading. It means here also that if we agree and build this human capital over time, we will lead in that sector, more especially in Africa. Next. Technological gaps. Also in most of our African countries, rail systems are in a weak condition and they lack the technological foundation to support modern innovations. This is another fact, and which can also be turned to opportunities over time. Next, please. Another thing is that interoperability, the lack of standardization system across national railway networks seriously hinder seamless cross-border travel and freight movement. This is what we are talking about. We lack that standardized system across our nations. And as such, this is also hindering our cross-border. It's another challenge in our railway development. Next. However, it is a fact that where there are challenges, there are always immense opportunities which we need to ponder and take the advantage of that opportunity. This is because the African continental free trade area offers a historic moment of regional rail corridors. We know that with the AFC, FTA, we can move to a greater level, coupled with the foreign investment. Next. Our continent's greatest asset, it is our youth. We have this great asset, the youth. This means that the millions of our young people are ready to be trained and empowered. All we need is to design the training, admit this youth, give them the training, empower them with the technology. The rest will be history. And it's something that when we do it, we will laugh in the end. Next, please. Another opportunity is that we are also witnessing growing political will and international partnerships, especially with countries like China, Portugal, Russia, Europe, and even US, even the US and the UK, we are having discussions. We just came back from Canada. If not because of this conference, I could have proceeded to Michigan as a committee of vice chancellors. So it means that we are having this relationship. Certain universities in China, we are discussing the Russian University of Transportation in Moscow, which is over 130 years in its establishment. We are also talking, in fact, in some of them we have already signed MOU. Next. No doubt, if we channel these opportunities into skill development and technology transfer, African rail industry will thrive. Definitely, once we will be able to put all these things together, definitely in the end, the African Railway will thrive to very higher level. Next. Then the market share growth. Because whatever you are producing, will there be market? Yes, in Africa, that's market. So as global concern about climate change grow, there is an opportunity for rail to increase its share of the transportation industry, especially for long-haul freight and intercity travel. So you can see the market, where the market is coming. So investors, I'm calling on you to understand that you are investing in a profitable market. You are not going to lose anything, but you are going to make a lot of outcomes. And in the end also, we'll develop our capacity and over time maybe take over the operations, managing and even engineering. Thank you very much. Next, say he met only the DC. Maybe some of you must have heard when he talked about the university. He met only the vice chancellor. That's why I call the Minister of Transportation as a pro-education minister. Because imagine, from August, when they were appointed ministers, July, August, isn't it? 2023, now where this university is, with only one person. It might interest you to note that at that time, the only one person I moved from one office to another, even introducing the university. Some could not even believe, was there any university like that? Because at the beginning, the university was as a result of interaction between the then Federal Ministry of Transportation and the China Civil Engineering Construction Company and CCECC, when they are doing the railway modernization project from Lagos to Kano. So they thought about it. So building this railway, how about the capacity of the human to manage the railway, to also maintain? What will happen? We have engineers before, but because of, I don't want to call it negligence, but because of not giving due attention to the railway, they are no longer available. Some of them, they died, they are old. So even if you build the railway, but you don't have human to manage it, there will be a problem. So that's why they brought the university. But they also thought about it that no, since it's a federal Ministry of Transportation, let the university be on the whole gamut of transportation, not only on railway. Actually, at the beginning, it is only on railway. We'll say, okay, let's take it whole gamut, water, air, surface, that means highway and railway. So that's why it was named Federal University of Transportation. And to the best of our knowledge, it is the first, not only here in Nigeria, but to the whole of Africa. So you can see this is the challenge. Even to develop curriculums. When you go to NUC, some universities, they have established curriculum. But in our own case, even the civil engineering, the electrical engineering, the mechanical, the mechatronics, it's not the normal, let me call it normal engineering. No, our civil engineering is turned to transportation, building roads, railways, tunnels, seaport, dry port, bus terminal, airport. This is what we are interested in, not building hotels. Even if to build hotels, maybe it's close to airport where pilot and train drivers can be staying. But not for to build plazas and whatever. So also the same with other engineering. But to God be the glory, now we are in second term. At the moment, our students are writing their second semester of the second session. And we are talking with the universities that after 3 years, they will move to complete the remaining 2 years, so that we will have a joint degree, what we will call 3+2, so that they will have all the necessary technological knowledge we require. Next, please. Therefore, what is our mandate? To produce the skilled manpower needed for development of transportation industry. In this case, as I said, not only on railway, but whole gamut of transportation. Next. Next, please. Another strategy response is that we are building strong partnerships with relevant universities nationally and internationally. Not only universities and institutes, but also industries. Also industries. That's why you see also this partnership, De-Sadel Consortium, CCECC, CRSC, Motor Engine, and all many others. Next. What is our vision? We want to become such a world-class university and center of excellence with proficiency in transportation engineering and management. When we talk about transportation management, transportation engineering, we want to be that world-class name in that area, so that once we mention wherever we are, you know, yes, this is what the university is talking about. Next. So at FUTD, the Federal University of Transportation, we see empowerment through these 4 dimensions. Number 1, education and training. Providing degree, postgraduate programs, diplomas, certificates in transportation engineering, logistics and supply chain, transportation management. So over time, this is what we want to achieve. Next. Next is that research and innovation. There's nothing you can do without research and innovation. And want to focus on high-speed rail, smart signaling, green mobility. Yesterday you can see that presentation, and people are ready to invest on high-speed rail. But when you invest in the high-speed rail, but you don't have the commensurate human capacity to manage that high-speed rail, it means that's a problem. And that's why we are also smart in that area. And I was thinking to develop so that by the time De-Sadel Consortium provides the enabling environment for construction of high speed, we are providing the enabling capacity, human capacity to manage it, human capacity to operate it, human capacity to develop policy around the area, human capacity to even service and maintain it. Next. Another thing is that entrepreneurship. There's nothing you can do meaningful without entrepreneurship. There means nurturing startups, railway maintenance, spare parts, manufacturing, and ICT-driven solutions. Once you will be able to build capacity around that area, it means that people might not be interested. You don't need to have everybody in the rail as train station. No, somebody can be somewhere, but developing the ICT, developing solutions which are ICT-driven. You can be wherever you are and be providing solutions. And also you can be maintaining spare parts. You can be a manufacturer in that area. So you can see the whole gamut what we can bring on the table. Next, please. Another thing is that policy and advocacy, guiding governments in adopting sustainable transportation policies, because the knowledge should also be provided for government to build that enabling policies, and the university should also be able to do that for our African countries. Next, please. So this holistic approach ensures that Africans are not just workers in the industry, but leaders and innovators. We don't want in the end to just turn ourselves to workers. but also to be leaders in the innovation, in the policy, so that we also build the wealth around our continent. Next. Therefore, a sustainable rail industry for us and for my understanding must require 3 pillars. And these pillars are, next one. Number 1, investing in human capital by training African engineers, operators, managers, innovators, policy makers, and what have you. This pillar must be taken into consideration, and this is the pillar our university wants to take advantage to also contribute in the industry. Next. Secondly, is that ensuring genuine technology transfer from foreign partners into local industries. I was one time in China, one of the lecturers was saying that yes, most of this thing you see we are doing, we also got it from other countries. But because we are serious, such countries now are lagging behind us. So it's nothing wrong to transfer technology. There's nothing wrong. That's in fact. So we believe that by ensuring genuine technology transfer from foreign partners into local, that's why it takes the word genuine. So it not be a kind of, I don't want to use the word fake, but it has to be genuine so that it will be useful, not be giving you a technology that will not work over time and you only succeed in wasting your time and resources. Next, for the third one. So the third pillar is that promoting public-private partnerships, and this is what we are here, that will attract investment while keeping the sustainability in focus. This pillar is very important. We have to promote that public partnerships. People so that they can invest. The government will give the enabling environment for the investors to invest, and so also the sustain. But while we are doing that, we keep the sustainability in focus. Thank you. Next. So, building a sustainable industry from renewable powered stations to efficient freight corridors. The future of rail in Africa must be green, resilient, and inclusive. Next. So there are some initiatives at AUTD. Number 1, as I said earlier, we have signed MOU with some universities, and we are doing that to exchange students and our staff across border. Next. We are also collaborating with CCCC team to provide summer field. You know, CCCC, they already have the corridor. So our students are working along the line for internship. Also the motor engine, what they are doing. Also team. Maybe we need to say something about team. Team is technical engineering, architects, and marketing. And the team is a consultancy company here in Nigeria. It is the eye of the ministry. The company that overseeing the working of those construction companies. So also the team is also giving us some privilege for training of our students as well as our staff. Next, please. Also, we are preparing to partner with ITS Davis in the United States on decarbonization project for future-ready rail system. And this, we are sure, it will also help us in sustaining our environment. Next. We are signing MOU with China Railway Signaling Company for training on control and signaling. And I'm happy today to inform you that I met with the Executive Vice President of De-Sadel Consortium. Very rich person in content. We are discussing about the high-speed rail. And unknown to me, they have that thinking of identifying some institution. And once he hear about my institution, he say, your institution will be among. So all we need is to provide that enabling environment for the consortium. So as they are to develop the content, the curriculum, so that we will have this high-tech individual in that area. So thank you, De-Sadel Consortium. We are very grateful for that offer, and we will not take it lightly, and we will make sure that in the end it benefits not only you and us in Nigeria, but Africa as a whole. Thank you. Next. So this initiative shows our determination to make Africa a player, not just a consumer in the global railway industry. We don't want to just to be waiting for locomotives to be brought, for coaches to be brought, but also we'll be part of that. Okay, next please, next. So the role of research and capacity building. Next. So research as a driver of innovation. Technological advancement research is an essential for developing and implementing new technologies that enhance efficiency, safety, and sustainability. And this includes, next, innovation in rolling stock, e.g. hydrogen and battery powertrains. Next, signaling system, e.g. European trail, traffic management system. Next, infrastructure like high-speed rail, smart tracking system. Next, then decarbonization. Railways are already one of the most sustainable modes of transportation. We all agree. But research can further reduce their environmental impact. And this will include research into alternative fuels, energy efficient operations, and a circular economy approach to resource management, such as recycling ballast, steel, and water. Next. Next. Another thing on operational optimization. Research in areas like timetable design, traffic control system, and predictive maintenance can lead to significant improvement in reliability, productivity, and overall network capacity. This will enhance the operations of the railway system. Then skill and knowledge. Next. Because the rail industry is evolving rapidly. So since it is evolving rapidly, it means that with the integration of digital technologies like AI, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and other things, even robotic and big data, capacity development through training, e-learning, and upscaling programs, it will be essential to ensure the workforce has the necessary skill to manage and maintain such complex systems. Next. Then strategic planning. You know, lack of knowledge in planning and developing rail system is a significant challenge in our African countries. We must learn to plan. We must have the knowledge to plan. Next. So, capacity development can equip policymakers and planners with the tools and expertise to create long-term sustainable strategies that are aligned with economic and social development goals. Even the SDGs. Next, please. Next. Another thing is that safety and standards. Capacity development is crucial for embedding the culture of safety and adherence to international standards. We must also learn to do that, and we are ready to build capacity in that area. Next. A case study. Want to bring just 2 or 3 case studies, please. Next, quickly, on rail transformation. China's rapid expansion and modernization of its rail network, driven by a long-term strategic vision and significant investment in research and development, serve as a powerful case study. Now we'll be hearing about China modernization. It means that 50 years ago, 60 years, we are alive while we are young. It means that China is nowhere to be found in this. There was a time we were in China with one American pastor. These people are fraud. They are saying they are developing. Look at them. The article say, no, the development is just an idea. You can see that they are developed, but in their own ideas, they are still developing because they are yet to reach where they want to go. So all the development you are seeing, China, they say they are still developing. So all the development you are seeing in China, they are still developing because they are yet to get to where they want to go. So another thing is the European Union has a number of research initiatives aimed at improving competitiveness and sustainability for its rail network, focusing on areas like energy efficiency and noise reduction. We are at Russia. They have a research area far away from Moscow, but you know that area they are having problems. Some people are taking them to court that they are being disturbed. So noise reduction is another thing. So we have to also think about that. Now we might not have that problem, but over time, some people somewhere they can take you to court that you are disturbing them with noise. Next, digital twins. The use of digital twins, virtual models of physical rail assets will become more common, enabling predictive maintenance system, optimization, and real-time performance monitoring. This is virtual train. So with that virtual train, it will give you an idea how to do maintenance. Before the next slide before this one, please. Slide before that one, back 2 steps, back 1 step. So you can see this is a virtual train. It's not a physical train. So it means that it can give you an idea of maintenance, system optimization, and real-time performance monitoring. You are seeing the train is not physical, it is virtual, so you can predict. So you see all those countries where you are steering on time. In Moscow, they say for the first 30 to 40 years, the train is never late. It is always on time. Why? Because of these kind of things they do. Quickly, next. Sorry, we are running off. Then autonomous operation. The development of autonomous train will increase capacity and safety while reducing labor cost. Next. Another thing is hydrogen battery propulsion. Hydrogen fuel cells and battery powered trains will increasingly replace diesel locomotives on non-electrified lines. Next. Call for investment, because this is also the theme of the conference. So this is our call to action. We need investment, not only in infrastructure, but more importantly in human capital. The ministry, the NRC must be much interested in the infrastructure, while the university we are calling for you to please invest, but in this case in human capital. This is our call. We invite industry stakeholders to support research hubs, innovation centers, and training programs. Please, we know that you need money, but for that money to come out, the system must operate. For the system to operate, you must have the required manpower to operate it. So, and it is only we that are empowered by law to produce that manpower. And we want you to invest so that in the end we all benefit. We call on governments and investors to ensure local content policies, a railway project. This is also a law. Local content, whatever you are doing, look at it as local content. And we urge all partners to see Africa not just as a market, but as a co-creator in railway solutions. Please. Next. Let me conclude by saying that research and capacity development are not merely components of sustainable rail industry. It is very foundation. Next. And by investing in these areas, the rail sector can overcome its current challenges, seize new opportunities, and cement its role as the backbone of a cleaner, more efficient, and socially equitable future transportation system. And the Federal University of Transportation Daura stands ready as a catalyst to empower Africa and ensure that we take ownership of our future railway industry, inshallah.
Okay, Prof. We have to bring it to a close
so
now.
Together, let us build a self-reliant, sustainable, and bring it back, an inclusive railway system for Africa. Thank you very much.
All right. Professor has done the needful. He has spoken as a professor. I teach at a university.
Last slide, last one.
And I'm a good head teacher, so I can bring you to a close. Prof, we have to leave that last slide. They will read it. They will read it.
Last slide.
No, they will put it up, and then the congregation will read it. You have gone over your time, and I'm not taking any more from you. No, the last slide is thank you. And they'll put thank you. You can go to your seat when they put thank you now. Does thank you require him to be on the stage? I don't think so. Prof is thanking you, and I'm joining him to thank you. Give him a round of applause. All right, media didn't put the thank you, but we know that Prof is thanking you for listening. I want us to be mindful of some of the things he talked about, which are in my notes, some of the things that Prof talked about. I want us to be mindful of them because they are critical discourse when it comes to how academia and the town come together. Because with academics, you have research, and once you have research with academics, it helps industry practitioners to do better. It is important that the opportunities in rail will increase the share of the transportation industry. Also, he talked copiously about digital transportation, which has to do with digital technologies to improve efficiency, interoperability, various opportunities, and the challenges of human capital and funding. Let's give another round of applause to Prof. I have information that the Abuja Chamber of Commerce is ready to speak, but I may not be as kind as I was to the professor. From now going forward, I'm now a moderator with the most, and I'm going to stop you. It doesn't matter what you have to say. Time is of the essence, and all of us have to learn that time is money. So if you've been given an opportunity, please stay with your time. Otherwise, I'm going to have to stop you. We have other activities in the evening, so let's be mindful of other people. Let's also be mindful of attention span. Sometimes you have a good thing you want to say. When you go slowly over it, people kind of become a bit disinterested. Let's stay with our time. The Abuja Chamber of Commerce will now come to the podium for no longer than 1 minute, and I'll be timing you. Once it's 1 minute, I'm going to stop you. That's the way it goes. After that, we're going to the next paper. Let's get it done. Thank you. Good morning. How are you?
To be so. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I was telling Madam Eugenia that the 1 minute may not be enough, but I'll try to stay within the minute. Thank you, distinguished colleagues. On behalf of the Abuja Chamber of Commerce, let me welcome us today to the second edition of the International Railway Conference and Exhibition. Of course, we know that we hosted the first edition at the Chamber of Commerce and Industry because it means for us an opportunity for the private sector to key into this vision. And when the MD of the De-Sadel spoke yesterday, we could see that the De-Sadel is leading us into a new future. So this year's theme, challenges and opportunities, could not be more timely. Railway, as we know it, is the base of industrialization, and for a Chamber of Commerce with mandates to promote the voice of the private sector, we believe that the opportunities and investment opportunities available within this industry is enough for our members to key into. Railways are far more than a mode of transportation. They are the backbone of industrialization, trade facilitation, and regional integration. Railways have historically been the backbone of economic transformation across the world. By reducing the cost of doing business, opening new markets, and creating opportunities for enterprise and all sizes, railways directly impact economic growth and competitiveness. For us, this conference aligns closely with our mandate as the voice of the business community in the Federal Capital Territory. We are the premier private sector organization, and we are established to promote and facilitate trade, investment, and industrial development in Nigeria. Now, when the last speaker, Prof, talked about public-private partnership in the rail industry, that connects to why we are here. We are here to showcase the opportunities for private sector within the rail industry and to invite private sector operators to take interest in the rail industry and tap into the opportunities available therein. So our interest as a chamber is deeply rooted in the potential to stimulate investment, drive trade, support industries, and create jobs for Nigerians and the wider economy. The opportunities are immense, from infrastructure financing and technology partnerships to logistics, supply chains, and SME inclusion. And that is why the Abuja Chamber of Commerce is proud to partner with the Federal Ministry of Transportation and De-Sadel Nigeria in convening this forum. I therefore, on behalf of the private business sector in the FCT, encourage all delegates, all exhibitors, and stakeholders to fully seize the opportunities this conference presents, explore partnerships, exchange innovative ideas, and commit to actionable solutions that will strengthen Africa's railway systems and enhance continental connectivity. We do know that for the landlocked countries in Africa, railway system is not an option, it is indispensable. So on behalf of the Chamber, I welcome us all and I wish us fruitful deliberations. Thank you. Thank you for not reading the big stick.
Okay, so the Abuja Chamber of Commerce have spoken. Would like to congratulate Chief Emeka Obegolu, SAN, who has just delivered his goodwill message and has explicated the work that the Abuja Chamber of Commerce does. We're going to take our second paper presentation, and after that second paper presentation, we are going to go for tea break for 15 minutes and then we'll hit the panels. We need to stay with time so we don't spend the whole day here today. Good work is good work, but you know what it is like. You don't want to be constipated. You want to be able to have enough to eat and still be comfortable to be able to discuss the issues after the break. Please pay attention to the paper presentations. That is what the panelists are going to be discussing, the two papers. And when we come to the panelists after tea break, we'll work on that. Please allow me to welcome the representative of the Director General Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, ICRC, Dr. James Akwe, who is going to come and talk about repositioning railway subsector in developing countries and for 21st century transport needs. As you make your way to the podium, please remember that we have other speakers, and if you go over your time, you have eaten into somebody else's time. Welcome. There you go.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. James Akwe. I'm representing DG ICRC, Dr. Jobson Osedion Ewalifo. Can I have my paper please on the screen? Madam MC, how many minutes do I have please? 15 minutes, okay. All right, so we're going to look at repositioning railway policy in developing countries for 21st century transport needs, a PPP perspective, by Dr. Jobson Osedon Ewalifo, DG Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission. Next, please. So the next 15 minutes, we're going to look at first the introduction. We'll look at the 21st century transport context. We'll look at the modal shift to cleaner rail transport. We'll look at global experiences in railway reform and PPPs. Then we'll bring it home, the Nigerians' PPP experience in railways. Then we are discussing policy, so we'll look at some policy challenges. Then objectives of the policy. Then we'll look at about 5 strategic policy pillars. Then we recommend some roadmaps. Then I conclude. Next. So Nigeria as a country has a national integrated master plan. And in that master plan, we are required as a country to spend about 2.3 trillion US dollars between 2020 and 2043. What that implies is that as a country we are required to spend an average of $100 billion every year. And if you look at that portion, the largest of those investments come from energy, about 759 billion USD, and next is transportation, and we agree that rail is a sub-sector in the transport sector. We require about $575 billion over this period to be spent in the rail sector, and these two sectors, energy and transport, will account for over 50% of this annual requirement. Next. Now, unfortunately, this, if you look at it from 2020 till date, these graphs will show you our national budget expenditure. If you look at 2020, our budget in United States dollars was $35.85 billion in total. In 2021, we had about $42 billion. The highest within this period was in 2023, where we had about $57 billion. Then this year, in fact, our budget has dipped in dollar equivalent. This year, we have about $35.68 billion in 2025. And if we require $100 billion investment on an annual basis, what that means is that our national budget, recall that this $35.68 billion in 2025 includes our recurrent and capital expenditure. And as you know, this country, the capital component of this budget is about 30%. Therefore, the only way to go is to attract private sector financing to fund critical infrastructure, because our national budget cannot fund infrastructure. Next, let's keep this. Next. Now, let me use the next slide to explain this graph. Next slide to explain this graph. Now, this is a global ranking of railroad infrastructure between 2009 and 2019, an 11-year period. And if you look at this ranking, Japan has the highest ranking, global ranking number 1, and Nigeria is about, the next slide, Nigeria is here, 97 or so out of 101 countries. So it's down below in global ranking. Therefore, we need to put all hands on deck to attract private financing to fund infrastructure in Nigeria, particularly the rail infrastructure. Next. Next. Let me skip this next. Now, again, I will use the next slide to explain this. Now, there was a survey. Next slide. There was a survey. If you look at most of these European countries, you have Italy, Slovenia, France down there. And the blue color represents investment in rail infrastructure, whilst the green color represents investment in road infrastructure, and the other color represents investment in inland waterways. And if you look at it, it's only Italy, Slovenia, France that invested over 50% of their inland transport infrastructure in rail. Most of Nigeria is not here, no African countries even here. But if you look at the global study, it's only 3 countries, Italy, Slovenia, France, that invested more than half of their inland transport infrastructure in rail. In fact, if you look at Nigeria, we are nowhere close to this. Next. Now, this table shows you a global experiences in railway reforms and PPPs. So we are looking at about 7 countries. Here you have Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico. Now, their concession, freight railways, operational responsibilities transfer to the private sector, and that's what PPPs entails. So you transfer that operation to the private sector because they are known for operational efficiency. Then attracted billions of dollars in investment for infrastructure rehabilitation, acquisition of rolling stock, and modernization of operations. It reduced the benefits there, it reduced government subsidies, improved service delivery, I said that, and reposition rail freight as a competitive mode of transport in regional trade. For Europe, separation of infrastructure management from railway operations, dismantling monopolistic structures that long stifled innovation, benefit fair and transparent access rules for private operators, enabling competition in both freight and passenger services. We have India, a launch a dedicated freight corridors, partly financed through PPPs. It improves freight efficiency, decongested passenger routes, and strengthening the country's logistics competitiveness. Hong Kong has mass transit railway, integrated railway expansion with urban real estate development, generating revenue for government. There are subsidized rail operations, making the system financially sustainable without heavy reliance on government subsidies. Next. So together, these global experiences demonstrate that successful railway reforms and PPPs are not one size fits all. The lessons are clear. With the right mix of innovation, policy reform, and partnership, railways can be repositioned as engines of competitiveness, sustainability, and inclusive growth. So what we're saying is that the only way to go is PPPs. Because government cannot finance this infrastructure, so we need to innovatively attract private financing to fund infrastructure in Nigeria. And that will increase growth. And as we know, there's a nexus between infrastructure and economic growth. Next. 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 So, we have some challenges. Now, one of them is institutional bottlenecks. The NRC, as it stands today, functions both as an operator and a regulator. There's a need to separate this function so that we can have a regulator for the railway sector and also have an operator for the sector. Financing gaps, heavy reliance on sovereign borrowings, often from bilateral lenders, raises debt sustainability concerns. Private capital remains under mobilized. So as we know, our debt financing in the 2025 budget is about 15 trillion naira. Our debt financing, out of about 54 trillion budget that we have, debt component of it is about 15 trillion naira. So if you don't attract private capital, financing of these projects might be a challenge. Then we have fragmented planning, rail development is not well integrated. Prof has mentioned that with ports, with roads and urban transit systems. Next. Operational inefficiencies. Now, as we know, private sectors are known for operational efficiencies. So if you allow them to manage some of these rail, they will bring their financing, finance the rail infrastructure and manage it. That will enhance operational efficiencies. Next. Then we have, now since we are discussing our policy, we are recommending that the policy should focus on the following. One, it should enhance the competitiveness of rail freight and passengers markets. It should facilitate private participation through transparent concessions and PPPs. It should integrate rail with multimodal transport networks, especially ports and urban transit. It should promote financial sustainability using innovative instruments such as VGF. Now, there could be some rail infrastructures that are socially impactful. They are financially unviable, but socially impactful. So government can step in by providing what we call viability gap funding to make such infrastructure financially viable. Support climate goals by encouraging modal shift from road to rail and planning for eventual electrification. Since we want to reduce our carbon emissions, we should support this. Next. Then we have some strategic policy pillars that we're recommending. Number one pillar is legal and institutional reform. We are saying that NRC should be unbundled, one, into an infrastructure manager, two, a regulator, three, a service operator. This function should be clear for efficiency. Establish an independent rail regulator supporting this point with authority over safety, tariffs and track access. Operationalize the 2023 decentralization to allow state governments and private concessionaires to develop and operate rail systems. Then the next pillar is financing innovation. Adopt blended finance, that is, you are combining public funds, you are using multilateral loans, and using private capital to finance rail infrastructure in Nigeria. Again, introduce VGF for socially beneficial. Those projects are socially beneficial, but they are commercially unviable. So government will step in and introduce a viability gap funding to make those projects, because private sectors are not for the Christmas, they come in to make profit. So a project that government sees that it is socially beneficial, they can introduce a viability gap funding to make that project commercially viable. And that will attract private sector financing to fund the infrastructure. Mobilize domestic pension funds and infrastructure bonds supported by credit guarantees. So in this country, our pension funds run into trillions of naira, and they are lying fallow. So private sector can leverage on this to fund critical rail infrastructure in Nigeria. We can explore land value capture mechanisms around the rail stations. Businesses can come up that will support the rail business. Next. Then you have corridor prioritization, focus initial investments on high impact freight corridors, e.g. Lagos, Abuja, so Lagos, Kano, Port Harcourt, Maiduguri, linked to ports and industrial hubs. Develop dedicated freight lines for bulk commodities, e.g. you have cement, iron ore, agriculture, so we can have a dedicated lines for these critical commodities. Strengthen urban commuter rail systems in Abuja, so we can build intra-city rail systems. For operational efficiency and technology, 5, integration and climate readiness. Next. So, we have some strategic roadmap for the future. These are our recommendations as a commission. One, we should adopt a national railway PPP policy linked to long-term master plans. As I said, as a country, we have a national integrated master plan. So we need to have a railway PPP policy that links, that connects with a national master plan. We should enact a modern legal framework with independent regulators. As I said, we need to separate functions of or unbundle NRC. One, to function as an operator. We have another arm to function as a regulator. 3, establish railway PP units for project preparation and contract oversight. So in most of our MDAs, we have PPP units. And as ICRC will build capacity around that unit so they can function optimally. Next, use blended finance and VGF to bridge viability gap. As I said earlier, so if you have a project, a rail project that is socially viable, socially beneficial, but commercially unviable, government can step in by providing a VGF so that that project can attract the required financing. Next, prioritize pilot projects to demonstrate proof of concept and attract investor confidence. Develop standardized templates. So at ICIC, we are working on most of these templates. We have issued some last month, and we are working on standardized PEP contract template. Because as a country, we have to respect sanctity of contract. If you don't respect sanctity of contracts, investors will not come into your country and invest. Next, ensure transparency and disclosure of fiscal risk and contingent liabilities. So in any contract structuring, if there are fiscal risk, if there are any contingent liabilities, please, we encourage both parties to fully disclose these risks and liabilities. Integrate social safeguards and affordability mechanisms. Embed digital transformation in all PEP contracts. Institutionalize stakeholder engagement to build legitimacy and manage political risk. So at ICRC, we are big at stakeholder engagement and management. So if you are doing any PPP contract, you must carry every stakeholder along. In conclusion, next, repositioning Nigeria's railway policy requires moving beyond state-led debt finance projects toward a diversified, competitive, and integrated system. Nigeria, as I said, cannot fund this infrastructure alone. We need to partner with the private sector to attract the required and innovative finance. By unbundling innovative finance, prioritizing high-impact corridors, and integrating rail into the wider mobility ecosystem, Nigeria can build a railway system that is economically viable, socially inclusive, and climate resilient. The decision made today will determine whether rail becomes a driver of national transformation or remains a missed opportunity. Thank you very much for listening.
To sit on this panel as a moderator for the first session. Good morning. Welcome. She's moderator for the first session, which is repositioning railway subsector in developing countries for 21st century transport needs. I'd like any of the members of the Ministry of Transportation to get the ushers into the room. There's no reason why they are not here. Their job is to assist us get this job done better. I would like to have the ushers in this room. The ushers. Can somebody call the attention of the ushers so that they get back into the room? At least I need 4 of them to assist us. Just seeing that perhaps the chairs may not be enough. We have an expanded panel, and so we need the ushers to come and do the needful. The Ogun State Commissioner for Transport, is he here? Please show by a raise of your hand if you are the Commissioner for Transport from Ogun State. It will gladden my heart if he is here. Because many years ago, many years ago, in 1981, I served at the Ogun State Broadcasting Corporation, OGBC, as a copper. And so anybody from Abuja is my person. Yes, many years ago, in 1981, I was a copper. So I'd like to see a raise of hand. I doubt if he is here. Let us quickly go to the Niger State Commissioner of Transport. Is the Niger State Commissioner of Transport here? Okay. Anambra State Commissioner of Transport. I think Anambra was here yesterday. Anambra State Commissioner of Transport. Representative of Bayelsa, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Edo, bracket. I love it so very much. Who are you representing? Ah, look at that. Ndeo. Welcome. So you have a member of your panel. She's a woman. It's a woman platform today. Fine. Ambassador Keisha, are you representing bracket? Bayelsa. Okay, Brace. Oh, you're on this panel. Please go ahead. Nigerian Railway Corporation. Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology. Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology. Do we have anybody from that institution here? The Director General of the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology is here. Please, can the Director General make his way up here? I see him. Please, let's chair him as he comes up. Now, what I have discerned is that this panel is full option. They are complete, mostly. So it will be really de rigueur to say that we want to add the second panel to them. And so because they are discussing repositioning railway subsector in developing countries for 21st century transport needs, and seeing that we were meant to have all panels in different rooms, okay, so you're representing the Director General. Please be seated. Thank you. So this panel, So this panel looks, are you replacing him or is he replacing you? What's going on? You're on the next panel. The MD is here, so he stepped down. Okay, so what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to run this panel. David, please encourage, I don't see the ushers. I was looking, please come and get me a chair. The Bauchi State Commissioner for Transport is here, and because we need to get state perspectives, we're going to bring him up here. No, I want a chair with an arm. And then I want a free range microphone. Now, because all these 4 panels were to be simultaneous in different rooms, it meant that we were going to gain time if each one was taking its time to do the business. But now, because it is no longer simultaneous and we actually have to go to each of the 4 panels, we're going to give them an initial time. Instead of 40 minutes, we're going to give them 25. And we're hoping that when you have a female moderator, things are pretty much more organized. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't love the men. I'm married to one. No. You don't really need a big chair. You need, okay, let's go. The Bauchi State Commissioner is going to get a really big chair, but that's fine. He will sit beside you. He that laughs best. Yes. Okay. So I want you to be able to join. Please pull it this way. Okay. The fact that women have women have the opportunity to manage copious amounts of human beings in their homes, their husband's cousin, their brother of their husband, the sister of the cousin to the cousin in the African society, her uncle's children, and she's the one who eventually eats the scrap after giving everybody the food. It means that our moderator will be more efficient with time. She knows what she's doing. I know how Lagos State operates, and I'm going to ask her to remember to get everybody, before they speak, to introduce themselves, because I don't have names on the paper. And as an expert moderator myself, I know that being a moderator is a tough task, and so I'll give her a tip. If she wishes, she can open with 2 minutes perspective from everybody, and then she can dive in to get her 25 minutes. There you go. Please welcome everyone and introduce yourselves.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I am the moderator. You are Mrs. Eugenia Abu. Thank you so much for a wonderful job so far. So my name is Abimbola Kenjo. I'm the Managing Director of LAMATA, that is Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority. And it is fantastic. I am really great to be here because I am a firm believer in railway transportation. And this topic is quite dear to my heart because I run the public transport authority for a very busy state, for a state like Lagos, where we move over 22 million people, and we have started going in the railway direction. So what are we here to talk about? Repositioning the railway sector in developing countries and for the 21st century transportation needs. And the guy representing the DG of ICRC did a fantastic job. I couldn't stop writing. You had such pertinent points, and especially I liked the strategic roadmap that you painted for us. And I think that is where we will sort of benchmark this conversation, where we discuss what ICRC is painting for us as a strategic roadmap, which I must say I totally agree with. And I would like to ask each member of the panel to sort of have a reflection, because it's fantastic that we're here. We have the representation of NRC, and we have various states who sort of have to key into what NRC is doing. So to that end, I would like to start with the gentleman that joined us last, but like you said, last but not the least, to introduce himself and to give a perception of how you see, because when we think about the federal government of Nigeria, they have the overriding position of providing connectivity among states, but somehow the states have to key into it with their own plans and strategic visions for transportation. So I will please ask you to introduce yourself and give your perception on how you think your state, what your understanding of the policy position of NRC and Federal Ministry of Transport, and how you see your state keying into that. Thank you so very much.
Very much. My name is Professor Titus Kekuka, the Commissioner of Work and Transport of Abuja State. This conference, opportunities and challenges in railway development in Africa, for me, it's a very interesting opportunity, great opportunity to be here. Since yesterday, I've been keenly following the activities that are going on, the papers presented. For us in Abuja State, is one of the states that railway passes from Port Harcourt, coming down to Plateau, to Bauchi, Maiduguri. We had enjoyed so much of railway facilities, but over the years, it has become a thing of the past. So this conference that is coming up, my governor is very, very interested, and he asked me to represent the state so that we can see how we can come back to that good old days that we used to have in Bauchi State. So for us, it's an opportunity that we want to grab as much as possible, and would be very much willing if we can have policies that will bring investors in Bauchi State, so that we can key into what is happening in the federal government. So my state is highly interested in this. We want to see what opportunities we have in this railway transportation, so that Bauchi State can key in onto it. So that's the just brief thing that I can say for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. It is fantastic to note that you are interested in keying. And I guess you are looking at your past, which is speaking to the fact that you enjoyed railway and you know what that brought to your state, and you are looking for that to continue regardless of what has happened in the past. We now understand that the federal government is very much keyed into the development of railway in Nigeria. I understand that the Ogun State Commissioner is here. If we may have, I don't know, Ogun State Commissioner, may I have a show of hand as to... Oh, you are? Okay, fantastic. The representative of Ogun State is here. Thank you so very much. So I am going to go to the lady to my left, and I will ask you to please introduce yourself and sort of speak to your state's vision, bearing in mind what we've all heard about the strategic roadmap for the nation with the development of railway, and how you see your state keying into that. Thank you very much.
My name is Patricia Igweguike, Commissioner for Transport, Anambra State. I'm also representing Mr. Governor of Anambra State, Professor C.C. Solu, CFR. In our state, in Anambra State, in Anambra State, we are, for lack of a better description, say that we're green in the railway business because unlike Bauchi State, we've not had rail in the new Anambra. In the old Anambra state, the rail stopped at Enugu state, the current Enugu state. At the moment, we've just finished a feasibility study on getting a rail master plan for the state. We in Anambra also are keen into the national policy on multimodal transportation, seeing transportation as an enabler for economics. Yesterday was, I felt like it was Christmas. I learned so much, I networked so much. I'm still going to network again because, you know, we have an airport. We have a seaport, the Onitsha River Port, which is next to the Onitsha main market, which is the biggest market in West Africa. So the issue of rail, when we talk about rail now, will now connect us to the rest of the country, and with our seaport as well, and the airport as well. So we are very much in alignment with the federal government. We'll be knocking on more doors. I saw the DG on ICRC. We'll be talking more with a lot of people. I think the gap that we have in my state and in most states in Nigeria is the capacity building. The first lecturer hinted on it. And also, as a lawyer, I'm a lawyer pushing on 40 years. The other thing, we will also need the people in the legal world becoming very acquainted with what goes on in transportation. There's going to be a lot of agreements. There's going to be a lot of things that the lawyer would have to draft. So we need capacity building. And for anybody that is anybody in this hall, I'm going to be chasing you down to get more and to learn more so that we'll be very equipped when we start our rail, be it metro rail, when the speed rail now comes to Anambra State. I think I can stop for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. What is interesting is that she speaks to the fact that in their state they have just completed the feasibility study for rail. And at that, I would like to commend that because you must start from that perspective to understand how feasible the implementation of a rail system in your state will actually be. You mentioned about rail system being the enabler for economics, and honestly, I must say, and I guess that's a lawyer in you, you referred to having the need to prepare agreements, and it's one of the things that was mentioned by ICRC. We need to enact modern legal framework to ensure that whatever we're doing will stand the test of time from a sustainability perspective. So thank you very much for your insight in that. I will go to Brace and ask that you please introduce yourself and tell us what Bayelsa State sees and how you want to key into that. Thank you.
The first reflection I want to make is that I grew up in the city of Ibadan. The roads built by the then Western region government lasted, in a number of cases, lasted over 10 to 15, 20 years. It was built, those roads were built by a very famous contractor, O'Neill & Sons, and some Israeli companies. The population was very small and very manageable. And so there were no cement companies with their long trucks, no long trailers that destroyed the road. I became a permanent secretary to the cabinet. It was always very interesting for me to receive memos from the Ministry of Works. What you see when you read the memos from the Ministry of Works is the simple fact that the road that was built 5 years ago did not last 2 rainy seasons. Gone. Today's population has grown to about 200 plus. You have so many trucks, not to talk, trucks, the Dangote trucks, the Buya trucks, and the, Lafayette, that are solely responsible for some of the states of the road. What that tells us, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, is the fact that for years to come, if we do not find a new mode of transportation for our people, we'll probably be in very deep crisis. And so the solution for me at the end of the day is that we need to begin to look very seriously on how to expand the rail infrastructure throughout this whole country, enunciate here today. But the problem now remains, how do we find the resources to build this rail line? I think in the case of the South-South, cooperation between the states and the federal government and investors. The states, in my view, must first show commitment. The federal government itself must show commitment in order to entice the investors, to come in here. Of all the papers I think I've listened to since yesterday, I find the one by the last presenter, you mentioned it, very, very interesting. Particularly the point he made, I think it's on the item 9, where he talked of the strategic roadmap for future engagement. For me, I think that we need to look at that. Of all the papers presented, I think we need to find a way to sit down and see how we can concretize this to improve the master plan. Because when you look at the master plan that has been in years for so many years, there's, for example, supposed to be a rail line from Lagos to Calabar, which, when you look at it, is probably the most lucrative route in this country today. Because just to build the road within either Port Harcourt or Bayelsa and so on might not be as lucrative as having that road that connects not just the Southwest, not just the Southeast, but also the South-South. And until we can do that, it will be difficult for any one state in that region to have its own, And I conclude by saying we need the cooperation of the federal government, the cooperation of the states, and of course the cooperation of the investors. Thank you.
And you make mention of historical ways in which we used to do things. We built roads and it lasted a long time, but now because we're moving a lot more goods, we're moving a lot more people, those roads are proving to be difficult to last the time that we are expecting them to. But the vision from your perspective is that we need to connect not just the South-South, but the South-South, the Southeast, and the Southwest. Then will we begin to speak of what ICRC and the previous speaker had spoken to about connectivity of social communities, and I think that is a necessity for Nigeria, for the unity of our country, and for the development of the economy of this great nation. At this point, I will go to my brother, the one that heads the NRC. So everybody else here around this table, we are representing states, even me, myself. I am sitting here representing Lagos State. But we look to the federal government because regardless of what we do within our states, we need that connectivity, as Ambassador Joe has said, and that must come from that national position. So the MD of NRC is here, and we'd like you to speak to how you see this strategic roadmap working and what you will bring to the table from the perspective of the center and what you expect the states to be doing to key into whatever it is you're doing, because at the end of the day, no matter what you do, somehow the states have to find ways in which they can key into it. Thank you very much. If you introduce yourself, I know him very well, but allow him to introduce himself and then speak to the issue at hand. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Kayode. Let me also add to my introduction. I was at the inception of the Lagos Rail Mass Transit Planning. I was special advisor and I was also commissioner in Lagos on transportation. And by privilege, I was also privileged to be the Secretary of Transportation when the first national rail system in Nigeria was finally delivered. That's the Okay, I was the Secretary of Transportation when the Abuja Rail Mass Transit was delivered under President Muhammadu Buhari. So I have an experience of when the law was unitary and there were issues, and when the law was unitary and the same political party controlling the center and the states. And with those experiences, now I also serve on the board of Nigerian Railways for 4 years. Let me first start by saying, from the ICRC perspective, there are many options between the Ministry of Transportation, Federal Ministry, and the Nigerian Railway. We are already developing a roadmap for Nigeria. What the ICRC presented is more of a financial model to us. And they also need to interact with the rail managers for us to really understand. Every country in the world developed its own model. We have studied 4 different models, and they span Europe, Asia, and the Americas. The American model is different from the European model. The European model is different from the Asian model. So every country will develop its own model based on political, socio-economic, and some other factors, market factors. For us in Nigeria, we are the best model which is now being condemned in those days. That was even under the colonial masters, where we built almost 3,500 kilometers, and 60 years after, we did nothing under the military, but we're building roads. So what is the model? I can say I presented something on my slide yesterday, and I took it off immediately. That is the likely integrated infrastructure plan for the next 5 years by the government. And that is why between the Ministry of Transport and the Nigerian Railway, we have come up with a railing with the states, so that states can take advantage of national lines on immediate hanging fruit. It is expensive. 2, we have also instituted the track access program, where states can also collect license and run on those lines as it pleases the state. Lagos State, that was traumatized for almost 10 years in building its own system, is the first to take advantage of that. The next thing I want to mention is the funding model. Yes, PPP is the way to go to look for better funding. There are also other funding, multilateral financing, developmental financing, and the rest. No single mode will best fund the railway system. However, if you go to the Americas, the American government system has rail at the level of the local governments, and then you have the level at the level of the state. Then you have collaboration like the BRACE, which we now have the regional developmental commissions, also running the likes of METRA. Then you see the state, federal government running the likes of Amtrak. Then you see the state and the local government running the likes of CTA, YTA, NTA, New York Transit Authority. So different countries. And I will appeal to our financial partners and agencies of government to let us sit down collectively and design the Nigerian model. We are planning, after this, most likely October or November, there's going to be a real summit of Nigerian states, Nigerian Railway Corporation, other agencies, and the Federal Ministry of Transport to see the best model for Nigeria. As of now, everywhere I go here on bundling, and I say, what do you mean? I have heard 2, today I have heard 3. We are still not sure. Every agency in Nigeria is going about postulating things behind the real operators and managers of Nigeria Square. That's the Ministry of Transport and the Nigerian Railway Corporation. We are aware there are going to be new laws for NRC. There will be new laws for possibly another agency to regulate. But the best approach for us is we are going to sit down, we are going to bring position papers, and collectively we'll look at it. Nigerian rail assets should not be stripped off in the name of unbundling. We will regret it. We will regret it. Nigerian rail lines and infrastructure and assets must not be allowed to be stripped off. We will regret it. That is why the board of Nigerian Railway, as of today, has 21 states represented. all the Nigerian states are represented on the board because that asset is a national asset that doesn't belong to federal government of Nigeria alone. I will not speak much, but let me say this. I have been there with Lagos when the federal government was fighting us and they will not allow us. We went on. I was there with FCTA when it was pleasant. I wish Lagos had that kind of experience, and we delivered the Abuja Rail Mass Transit. And when that happened, I told the management, don't waste your energy trying to run this rail. Call Nigerian Railway Corporation. It was Nigerian Railway Corporation that helped FCT to run the rail services until COVID came. The capacity to run rail in Nigeria exists from the assets and human capital that the Nigerian Railway of present and of old has developed. Just like Prof mentioned, our universities are also doing fine. There are also successful models, like in Lagos. Now just is following and others will follow. My appeal to state government is, you have enough resources to tap from. Theoretical postulations are not it alone. Federal government of Nigeria must fund rail. Every development, every country that has developed a successful rail system and had federal investment in it. It is capital intensive. PPP is needed. Developmental funding is needed. The federal funding will be key. No nation will come here to develop our country for us. We must take the bull by the horn. Thank you very much.
And I think the best thing he said, as far as I'm concerned, is that we have to develop the Nigerian model. And I think this is a big thing that we all need to understand. It's not enough to say China has done it this way, Europe has done it this way. We're very, very different nations, we're very different people. It is when we understand what we require and what we need, also by the people that we ourselves have developed, will we be able to understand what we must develop for our people. So I am going to give, I want you to test if your mic is working. I want you to please quickly introduce yourself and tell us what your state or how your state will key into everything Dr. Ekpefa has said. Is it working? No, it isn't. Let's not even try.
United States. I'm representing United States. Thank you very much, the moderator and the audience. I am Dr. Baba Ibrahim Mundi. I'm the Director of Transport Research and Intelligence, Nigeria Institute of Transport Technology. We are talking repositioning railway policy. And in NITT, we are involved into manpower development and research, carrying out sustainable research in areas, in all areas or all modes of transportation. Then, before we can talk of repositioning of rail policy, I think there is need for us to go to the background, the nitty-gritty and the real thing that bring about this issue of putting our rail the way it is. And I'm going to take us to what we refer to as the railway stroke land use cycle by Gulilian, meaning that you don't position for proper positioning of rail system, you must consider two basic factors around this transport and the land use act. And this is what accessibility, and we also talk about the services that will be needed, otherwise the activities that will be involved. So, and what we are trying to say is that, you know, before you can actually talk of a rail system, you must be able to know what necessitated this service in a particular area. Then how will people get access to it? So it's a circle, meaning that you have the rail, you have the land use. Then the activities, you have what we also refer to as the accessibility. So this is one of the very primary things that is important. And coming back to the contemporary Nigeria, Nigeria is beginning to develop more in the area of rail. in as much as the country is investing vigorously in a rail system, there is need for also the manpower development to go along it. So at NITT, which I believe also by implication, the federal government, we need to look at the human development angle of it. Just like the presenter have presented, he focused more on the financial needs to drive this railway system. More or less like the PPP, just like the MD of Railway have acknowledged. But there are more to that, meaning that for us to be able to develop so seriously in this, we have to really engage and know what are the factors that will determine the drive for this railway system. And we not talk, like I said, accessibility, we also talk of activities. All these determine where our rail will be. Our problem may not necessarily be funding, like he has acknowledged. That's the presenter of the paper. May not necessarily have to be the funding. Research, very serious research, have to be conducted to be able to know. Thank you very much. To be able to know what we need at a particular time. This will go a long way to reduce even the issue of the talk on the finance. Like for instance, if you have a society, new cities, for instance, are developed around the transport system, what will be the connectivity? What are where are going to be like maybe the services that are essential to the community? All this will determine how our rail system will look like. Then also, we need to also train people along the line. They must understand all this. Because if you don't understand the nitty-gritty of the usage of some of these things, it will not really be able to work. And these are some of the major aim or mandates of the Institute, to carry out manpower development and to also carry out sustainable research in this direction to be able to help. Then also, we need to also acknowledge along the line to this cycle I just referred to, the transport need itself. Because these are also very serious drivers to determining how our rail system will be much vibrant and reliable and easily accessible. And what are the transport needs? These are the freight, these are the passengers, these are the locations, these are also a sort of the data that will be available to us to be able to improve in this system. So these are some of the things I have as submission in regard to this, to be able to have a very vibrant policy direction as far as repositioning rail system is concerned.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It is interesting that you reflect on what we require. How will we use accessibility? And I think this is a big thing. We don't want to build a railway that people cannot get to, and it is important, but also the development of manpower. So, and I know that that is part of what your mandate is. Now, I'm going to go to the last but not the least. I'm going to go to Ogun State. I'm going to ask, and I know this may sound unfair to you, that you please keep it brief so that we don't, go over time. But I want you to introduce yourself and to speak to how Ogun State is looking to key into this national drive of railway development. Thank you.
I really want to start by emphasizing the importance of strategic partnership and the synergy in development of rail system in the country. Ogun State is taking a very good advantage of its position relative to Lagos State and Nigerian Railway Corporation's assistance as well and cooperation. We are the gateway that connects Lagos State, which is unarguably the largest city in this country, to the rest of the country. And the two major lines that Nigerian Railway Corporation is managing now, both the standard gauge and the narrow gauge, traverse the entire state. And in understanding the pattern of the use of the system, knowing that within our state, people don't really understand the political boundaries. They only know that they need to move from one end to the other. Because transportation is all about origin and destination. We are partnering with Lagos State presently to extend most of their lines. Lagos is having about 8 or 7, operations, lines that they are developing. And we know that 90% of all these lines terminate in Ogun State, or they cross into Ogun State. So our own initiative in having this kind of synergy with them is extending beyond where they are stopping now to the state, and then making the expansion of the rail network in entire Southwest, starting from Lagos, to spread to the rest of the Southwest. And to that extent, that's why Ogun State is also actively involved in the initiatives of the Dawn Commission. Dawn Commission is development agenda for the Western Nigeria. The MD of NLC is actively involved, and the MD of Lamata that is here is also actively involved in that agenda. So our way of spreading the network of rail is starting from points of strength and then extending it to other areas where they are relatively weaker. Like Lagos has so much already in place. Ogun State, with the presence of those two lines, also is now expanding to Oyo, Ondo, Osun, and Ekiti. So that radial growth is one pattern that we are leveraging on. And also, we understand that there are some federal government initiatives as well in the state. And our own rail development plan is connecting those initiatives. For example, we have the inland dry port of the federal government coming to Ogun East. We have our own inland dry port as well. So all these are being connected by rail as well. So it's part of the plan that we have in developing our rail infrastructure. We also understand it will be a broken record for me to be saying that funding, financing is a problem. We know that sovereign fund cannot finance rail alone. And that is why our model for partnership in financing rail infrastructure is bringing us together with CCCC, for example, now, to develop the Blue Line, which is from Lagos State Marina to Okokobaiko. We're now extending it to Agbara. The MD of NRC mentioned that yesterday. And then, as well, we are extending the Red Line. The federal government is giving some support in that regard to start, because that we find to be the low-hanging fruit. We only need rail access and terminal share with NRC, which is what we've discussed now, to extend in that regard. Now to the final point I want to make here, which is the rail development plan generally. We realize that the crew and I about NRC holding on to the monopoly of rail control that made many states not to do anything in the past is no longer there. But after that has been taken out, what plan do we have as states to develop? Many of us do not have it. So I don't want us to leave the rail development plan.
And I love the fact that he's speaking to strategic partnerships. And what is interesting today is that we have heard that throughout this panel. And that means that as a nation, we understand that not one state can function or grow by itself, but we must lean on one another whilst we lean on the collective strength of the federal. Ambassador Joe spoke to the South-South connectivity. My Ogun State brother spoke to Dawn, where the Southwest Developmental Commission is doing a lot of work with rail development. And I know that President has set up in each of the geopolitical zones, developmental commissions, and those commissions will become active. But I also love the point that was made by Ogun State that the central government, i.e. NRC and Ministry of Transportation, should have a developmental agenda for the nation. And I believe that they have, that there is a real developmental plan. And as states, we have a responsibility to understand our own movements. NITT said this, that we need to understand accessibility within our states. We need to understand the need for transportation. So whilst Anambra State spoke about this, feasibility studies, each state must understand its own needs and understand connectivity to the federal system. That is one thing Lagos has done excellently well, and I love the fact that we work well with Ogun State actually, because as we into Ogun State picks it up and begins to develop and hopefully move it along. The vision here is an industrialization. The vision here is to drive the economy of Nigeria, and we need to change the way we are thinking. We need to stop being silo thinking stop this silo thinking mode and understand that I am not just working for my state, because all of what I generate cannot be about my state. It must be about how I move from one state to the other and connect the whole of the country, because we've heard it said today about ensuring the economic growth of Nigeria, the social integrations that must come, the economic integrations that must come. So I have maybe now about 2-3 minutes, and I'm wondering whether this is a point where I sit and I control the mic and I speak to what I believe that the states will should be looking at from the perspective of what we've already heard. There's been a lot of things said about how we all need to directly do some work within the states. Bauchi State started off talking about the fact that there was a time when you enjoyed existence of rail systems in your state. I think as much as NLC will continue to develop, but you need to do something. You need to begin to understand where your people are coming from, where are the markets, where are the accessibility points, as has been mentioned by NITT. Anambra State spoke about the feasibility study, saying that you've never enjoyed railway, but you have the desire to. We also need to understand an integrated transport system. It's not just about building a railway system, but you need to be sure that you are connected, be connected to your ports, be connected to your road transportation and water transportation where you have it. Ambassador Joe, you spoke eloquently about the connectivity within the Southwest, South-South states. The fact that the Lagos-Calabar may be one of the best and greatest lines that the NLC should be developing, because in doing that development, we're speaking then again to what we've all been speaking to today, which is connectivity, social, economic connectivity, which will drive our cities. NLC, you have the big job here, the big job of working with the Ministry of Transportation. You have, I mean, like you say, there's a lot of talk about unbundling and all of that, but the bottom line is we need to find the Nigerian model, and I like what you said. We need to understand what will work for our nation. Every nation that has developed has done it that way. It's not about reinventing the wheel, but it's about studying what other nations have done and bringing it home and understanding what our needs are to develop that. NITT, all about development of people, understanding where we require the rail, and ensure we have connectivity to ensure it works. Ogun State, my only neighbor, thank you very much. We work well together. We have 2 rail lines in Lagos. This is have exactly 2 seconds to brag about my state. We have 2 rail lines that actually function. We functioned the Blue Line. Recently, the Blue Line made 2 years, and it was 2 years without incident, without accident. It is an electric run railway, so we're working in the business of sustainability. We've all heard it here today about green transportation. For railway, there's one thing you must think about: reliability, safety, and the ability to maintain. The Blue Line is demonstrating that. And what does that say to us? That we actually have the capacity in Nigeria to do what we require to do. We have the capacity to run a rail line that is always on time, every day, run and operated by Nigerians. So I have female drivers, I have male drivers, I have maintenance people who are Nigerians. So this capacity building we're talking about exists already. We just have to continue to develop on it. Madam Eugenia, thank you very much.
Esteemed guests, our keynote speaker, what did you say? We might be able to find those minutes, but we're working on our time. We will perhaps be able to find those minutes. Please take your thoughts, put them down, and we might find those minutes to come back to you as we work for time. I'd like us to listen to the short resume of the moderator, which I didn't take before she mounted the podium. Engineer Mrs. Abimbola Akinloju is a chartered civil engineer with the United Kingdom and with Nigeria. She has over 30 years post-qualification experience, and she has 35 years of design and delivery of major transportation infrastructure projects of rail and road across the world, to include the United Kingdom and Nigeria. Please, let's give a hand to our moderator, who, on citing me, began then to fast track her closing. She has explicated and enunciated, while also unpacking the comments of all her commentators and all her panelists, and she has a very large group. To be able to manage that large group in the timing I gave her a 5 minutes bonus, and to bring it to a close so elegantly takes some doing by somebody who has paid attention to her panelists. And I'd like also to thank the panelists. A round of applause for this cerebral group, who would now be upstanding for a photograph first before we determine whether we're going to engage. Let's do the photographs first.
My comment, and thank you very much, panel. You've done a wonderful job here, various incisive comments and so on. I have an exception to some comments from the MD NRC, and this was his remarks regarding unbundling. It is a reality. It is not a new conversation. We have been discussing railway models for more than 20 years. We've had several committees, and the NRC has been an active participant in all of those committees. The Unbundling Committee was set up in the Federal Ministry of Transportation by Rotimi Amechi. And NRC is robustly, your chairman, your MD, you're all members of the committee. And the bill that's in the National Assembly at the moment is the output from that committee with the active participation of the NRC. So it's not something that can be wished away. And we are not going to continue going back into these endless conversations. We need to start to act now. I agree with you that the federal government cannot seize funding of railway. It's a national asset. Renewals are key. The private sector will not fund that because it's a sunk cost. And therefore you need the federal government picking up that slack. But we need to unbundle the NRC because you cannot continue to regulate yourself. There's one reason that it's stagnant, and that's a very simple thing for us to do. But we've had all of these, I don't want to call it obstruction, because you can't continue trying to do something for 20 years and somehow you're not getting there.
Okay, the point has been made.
Close.
And I want to believe that the moderator will determine who will answer this question, even though we know quite targetedly who it is. Mr. Tagba, I need to go back into the hall. I can take a second question from you.
Bonsoir à tout le monde.
Say again.
Bonsoir à tout le monde.
Ah, bonsoir tout le monde. Bonsoir, madame.
Alors, j'ai suivi avec intérêt.
You are going to be contributing in French. Quel pays? Vous êtes nigérienne,
Guinéenne. Guinéenne.
Guinéenne.
Oui.
All right, so those at the booth, can I have one person, because I don't think everybody has a headphone, can I have one person out of the booth to help translate this for us, please? Continuez, madame.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, je salue tout le monde et tous les panélistes. J'ai suivi avec intérêt toutes les interventions. En quelque sorte, toutes ces interventions se recoupent et se rejoignent. Les besoins et les préoccupations sont les mêmes. À savoir, un professeur a eu à nous représenter ici le budget qu'allouent les États dans la construction des routes au détriment des budgets que l'État alloue à la construction des infrastructures ferroviaires. Et d'autres ont aussi exprimé cette difficulté liée à un investissement lourd que représentent les infrastructures ferroviaires dont les budgets singuliers des États ne peuvent supporter.
Vous êtes fini?
C'est bon, je suis suivi? Alors, tout à l'heure, avant qu'on ne parte à la pause, et il y a le docteur qui a aussi exprimé le besoin que l'État, que les différents États soient en partenariat avec les investisseurs en PPP, chose qui est tout à fait normale. Moi, ma préoccupation est la suivante. De tous ces constats qu'on a eu à ressortir ici, nous avons planté, c'est-à-dire ressorti les défis auxquels sont confrontés la construction, la connectivité de l'Afrique. À présent, les investisseurs sont au milieu de nous. Dans nos différents États, les investisseurs qui sont présents au Nigeria, certains sont présents en Guinée et d'ailleurs, j'en passe. Maintenant, nous les États, au niveau des États, quelle est la synergie d'action que nous développons pour que ces investisseurs et ces opérateurs du ferroviaire et les différents États puissent aller ensemble pour que nous puissions réellement aboutir à cette connectivité de l'Afrique. Et surtout, que nos routes ont suffisamment parlé en exprimant leurs limites dans la mobilité, et sur les plans nationaux, que sur le plan international. Donc j'ai besoin qu'on essaye et que je comprenne quelle est la synergie d'action que les États peuvent combiner. Vite. Oui, la synergie d'action que les États peuvent combiner avec, c'est-à-dire les investisseurs, les opérateurs ferroviaires pour pouvoir mettre, c'est-à-dire la mise en œuvre de cette connectivité de l'Afrique. Je vous remercie.
The lady from Guinea is asking the question from the perspective of regional interconnectivity. How do we connect, I believe that the African Union, 2063 or so thereabout, yes. The African Union has a development plan to ensure connectivity in terms of rail between now and 2063, which is a long time. I'm not too sure it's in my lifetime, but it's there anyway. But I think the most important thing for me, and with due respect to the lady from Guinea, is the fact that for us to be able to do create any synergy and I think by the African development, the AU plan, is the fact that we must first of all ensure that we are first of all connected within our region, within our states or our nations, before we begin to do the connection to other, African states. That's the plan of the AU. And if we do not do that, in other words, build our own synergy, build our own connectivity first, we'll probably be doing what Zebediah once said to his English friend, that in Nigeria, charity begins from abroad. So let's do our own connectivity first, and in that process, from Lagos, we can connect to West Africa. From the north, we can connect to Niger, Benin, Upper Benin, Mali, and Burkina Faso. From the east, we can, of course, take it to Cameroon, Gabon, and then to the rest of, Southern Africa. But the most important thing is that we have to complete our own connection, and then we begin to try and meet the AU connection, which has a span till 2063. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I go to the main question, let me just say the Lagos-Maradi-Lakadi is one of those connections. That is the Lagos-Kaduna-Kano and Maradi. Fits into the AU 2063. That is requiring countries that have seaports to provide rail connection to countries that are landlocked. And in the Southern African region of Africa, a lot is being done on that. Now Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, all of them are connecting landlocked countries to make sure that mineral resources are able to be moved to the port. And for Nigeria, the opportunity, apart from Maradi, Lakadi, going through the Lagos-Calabar rail, if that eventually comes into being, Nigeria will have opportunity to link up with Cameroon. And then the Lagos Blue Line also has the capacity, when extended by Ogun State to Agbara. Agbara can also move and cross over to Benin. So the plan is among the ambassador level where they are figuring out, and that is why Nigeria should not be worried. Why are we going to Maradi? We have to get to Maradi because the cereal security, cereal food security and livestock food security for West Africa lies in that Maradi corridor. Niger, that's where most of the livestock and the cereal for West Africa is determined if West Africa will have its food security. Now, to the issue of Ombonli, I think I need to be very clear. I served on the board of Nigerian Railway during the period it was mostly discussed, and there was never a time the matter was discussed at the board. It only came to us that it has been decided, and the board chairman was challenged. How can you cut somebody's head in his absence? So we are also aware that a bill is with the National Assembly. There is going to be restructuring of the Nigerian rail system based on the constitutional amendment passed by the Nigerian National Assembly and signed into law by the President. Is it 2 or is it 3? From the more I've seen from investigation, it can only be 2. That's what the Constitution requires, the amendment. The people who have presented a private sector bill, they are talking of 3. So we have a right and we have a responsibility, because we are now have the responsibility to think for Nigeria, to look into this. How do you want to separate infrastructure from operation in Nigeria? What you are saying is that somebody builds the road, I run the car. And it's not like that in rail. If there is an accident, who do you take responsible? So no method is unique or concluded. That's what we are saying, and that there is a bill in the National Assembly that has not gone to that has not gone to public hearing. Does not mean it cannot be revisited. I mentioned in my speech, it is going to happen. There will be a regulator and there will be operator. Which model are we adopting in Nigeria? Nigerians have a right to contribute. Even when the bill is in National Assembly, it's still going for public hearing. So by the time we hold our workshop of all the participating interests, the state, the stakeholder, when we go to the public hearing, we will hear our views. And that doesn't mean another bill can still not go. So I am not saying, as MD NRC, that we are against reposition. I don't like using the word unbundling. Just like you said, 20 years. Whereas UK is going backward from what we want to go and do. Countries, Italy is moving away from what we want to go and do because they have seen some things. Let us learn from past experiences and let all these stakeholders be part of those that will determine what is best for Nigeria.
Let the stakeholders. I'd like to thank this panel, and at this point in time, I can let you go. Congratulations to you all. Well done. If you have questions and comments after this panel, please engage with them at lunch or write it down for the organizers so that we can have it documented. I'd like to invite very quickly to the podium the moderator for the next paper, Director General of Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology, is back with us as a moderator. Can we have you please come and join us on the podium? And then I'd like to call on the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority as a panelist. Team Nigeria Limited, I met the CEO earlier today. If Team is in the room, can he make his way up here, please? And I'd also like to invite again the Nigeria Railway Corporation. And then I'd like to invite Kairi Jamu Global Services Limited and the Nigerian Society of Engineers or their representative. Can I be permitted at this point to hand over to our moderator for this paper that was presented by Professor Katsayal earlier in the day, Research and Capacity Development as a Veritable Tool for a Sustainable Rail Industry. This panel starts in the next 2 minutes and they've got just 25 minutes. There you go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to discuss the paper presented on research and capacity development as a veritable tool for a sustainable rail industry by our able professor and Vice Chancellor of University of Transportation, Daura, Nigeria. My name is Dr. Bahir Saleh Farah, the Director General of the Nigeria Institute of Transport Technology, Zaria. Let me start by saying that transport education in Nigeria is still relatively new. We cannot be competing with traditional professions like accounting or law or medicine or pharmacy. Actually, transport education started in Nigeria around 1990s with the establishment of the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology. Before then, transport training was based on foundations from other disciplines. However, at this moment, we have a lot of universities in Nigeria training in various fields of transportation, engineering, operations, management, accounting, and a lot of polytechnics also giving various qualifications in the area of transportation. The history of transport education in Nigeria has its foundation from railway and Nigerian Ports Authority. Those are the two institutions that have blazed the trail in the production of transportants in Nigeria. So we are here to discuss manpower in the rail transport sector in view of the transformation that is coming up in the rail transport sector. We have very able and competent panelists who will give justice to this discussion. I will start by my immediate discussant to my left. Okay, who will introduce himself? Thank you very much. Can you please? All right.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, the mic is working well. My name is Filippo Macchioni. I'm Managing Director for Team Nigeria Limited, an engineering firm operating in Nigeria since almost 50 years now. Team Nigeria is part of Team Group, which means we have our parent companies operating in other African countries and in Europe as well, with our company operating in Italy. We have been consultant for the Federal Ministry of Transportation since a long time. We are currently, working with them and for the project, for three important projects, Lagos-Ibadan, Kaduna-Kano, and Kano-Maradi projects, having experienced before all the evolution of the project from Abuja to Kaduna. Which is basically part of the Lagos-Kano axis. I want to say something important which capitalizes from what it was. Should I also only introduce myself or can I say something more? Otherwise, all right. We are in the second day and we are somehow capitalizing what it has already been said. Much has been said about Nigeria. Nigeria as the famous, the country with the greatest potential. I want to testify here facts that speak loud with regard to what achieved and accomplished goals rather than planned goals. We as an engineering company have the human capital as the main asset, which is the greatest asset of Nigeria, apart for the mineral resources, beautiful and rich lands and whatever. So as an engineering firm, we have leveraged a lot on this. And we can bring our experience as of today. Even our organization, which, as I said, has been operational since the 70s, so almost 50 years ago, has changed a lot. If you compare our organization today with what it was even 15 or 20 years ago, I have to say there are major changes. Nowadays, the capacity building has allowed the Nigerian component to grow a lot and occupy key positions within our company. Today, out of the 3 projects I mentioned, 2 of them are led by Nigerians. There's a vast majority of Nigerians occupying positions at managerial levels and in other key positions. Why? Why all this? Because talking about capacity building, well, one side of the coin is the fact that the country is changing. So the system has changed. Many Nigerians in the meantime have either studied abroad or worked abroad, and they're very happy to come back to their homeland and work in and for their country. So this is an opportunity for all the companies operating in the country. On the other hand, our company and our group in general are very keen on training and capacity building. We are focused with routinary trainings, both hard skill and soft skills within our people, which have allowed our people to grow. We have a lot of cases of people who were employed by us 10, 15, 20 years ago, obviously in low position in the organo chart, and they're now occupying a high position in the organo chart. So it's much about the priority you give to your organization. We, with much pride, deploy the training, the capacity building for the young polytechnics graduates sent from our client, the Federal Ministry of Transportation, which is part of our program with regard to training. We also, well, I take the opportunity to thank Professor Katsayal, who mentioned us during his presentation. Team is proud to have contributed pro bono to the construction phase of the Federal University of Transport in Daura, and has continued with some initiatives with regard to training programs. So we recently had a very interesting two-day seminar at the university, and I think in general that the private needs the public, like in the same way the public needs the private, because this is a win-win approach. As an example of achieved goals, I can say that so in terms of knowledge, Nigeria is not only importing knowledge in some cases, because obviously for a railway project combines a lot of different disciplines. It's almost impossible to find all the eggs in one basket. But another example can be that team developed a patent, an engineering patent, indirectly linked to a railway project. Is for a major infrastructure, the bridge, a method for construction, for the foundations during the construction phase, and it was applied on 2 bridges here in Nigeria successfully. This allowed the contractor to save time and money. Time is money by definition, and a lot of saving on that particular construction phase. Almost 85 savings on that specific work. We also exported with our people. We are exporting the experience in the railway sector, because Nigeria was pioneer in starting the first standard gauge railway line in the 80s. And with this experience, some of our people have gone abroad in a neighboring country, in Ghana, for example, where our parent company is working, giving seminars in the universities and teaching and bringing the experience. So there's a lot much to do, more in the future, but it's my duty and the honor also to bring our experience in terms of achieved results so far in this very interesting field of capacity building, which is key and pivotal for a sustainable future in the rail industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Nigeria. Now let's take Lamata.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. So As the managing director of Lamata, I just want to say that from the perspective of Lagos, we take capacity development and research as a core of the growth of rail within Lagos. So to start, let's talk about research. Today in Lagos, we utilize a payment card system, which is part of what develops our integrated transport system. And that card itself was designed and implemented by young Nigerians. We allowed young Nigerians to provide a system for us that we developed over time, and today we have nearly 6 million cards, and all of our regulated transport systems use it. The vision has to be that you encourage young people to come and provide what they have. You guide them and you direct them. Lamata knew what Lamata needed. These young people knew they had the technological mind, and we encouraged that. They worked with Lamata for nearly 2 years, and then they developed the system. They put their skin in the game. We supported them. Today, the story is history. They have a payment system that is what we use throughout Lagos, and I know that other states are also utilizing or working with them to develop their own payment system. For me, that's the way we must go to develop our people. It was so easy, it would have been so easy for Lamata to go and procure a payment system because they exist all over the world. But we decided to ensure that our young people, who we know are capable of lots of things. They talk about Nigeria and say that we are the tech, at least Lagos is the tech capital of the world. So let's utilize what we have and let's give our young people that opportunity. And that obviously feeds into capacity development. For us, it is imperative that we continue to grow our people. The one thing Nigeria has is human capacity. We have a very young population. If we do not allow these young people to express and for us to engage them, we will be losing a whole lot. Lamata is a place where we have a number of young people coming to do internships with us. A lot of our stations and all of our infrastructure are reviewed, and they give us designs. For us, when it comes to planning, we have a great planning department that has a number. We work very well with the University of Lagos, we work very well with the LASU. We ensure that these young people have a place not only to express, but also to learn and to grow. Now with operations, we've worked excellently well with NRC. They've trained a number of young Nigerians that we have recruited whilst working with CCCC and their operators. Today, literally everybody that runs the 2 rail lines that we have, they're Nigerians. We started 2 years ago with Chinese operators working alongside our young people. Today, more and more, and this was the agreement we had with them, that they were going to come, they were going to train, and they were going to quietly begin to withdraw and to give authorities and responsibilities to our young people. And what is amazing is how responsive these young minds have been. I had a testimony, I think it was Ogun State that came on the rail line, and then they went, and then they came back and told their commissioner how flawless the operation was. And he said he looked around, they were all young Nigerians doing the operations. Today, we brag about the fact that we have 2 years of operations, no incident. We have a system that doesn't exist anywhere else in West Africa, a rail an electric operated system. And all of that is done by young Nigerians. And the only reason is because we've given them a platform to grow. So there is a need for all of us to understand that there is a lot of brilliant young minds amongst us. Give them that opportunity. The easy thing would be to go and procure. It is difficult, but we must also know that you can't just pick a young person and throw them in a place of responsibility. The job that we must have is to train them, to give them the ability to understand what they are being told to do. Because I think part of the challenges we have is that we do not give adequate training. But Lamata does a lot of that. We have young people that we collaborate with other countries. We collaborate with JICA. 2 young engineers from Lamata are going to Japan, and they're going to be trained for the next 2 years. They will come back. One has just come back from China, who went to learn about operations. He's back with us. These people see the opportunities that Lamata is giving them, and they're willing to come, to return, and then serve their nation. So what we need to continue to do is to grow, give them space to express, give them space to be trained, and give them space to know that we value them. Because if we do not, these young minds will do exactly what they're doing today. They're doing excellently well out of Nigeria. If you go anywhere in Nigeria, young Nigerian minds are doing fantastically well. We need to understand that we need to give them that space so they can do just that. And from a Lamata perspective, we're doing exactly that. And in fairness, we're working a lot with NRC. They train all of our train drivers, they train all of our customer service people, they train all of our platform staff. When it comes to technical training, we've had collaborations with Transport for London, we've had collaborations with Istanbul Metro. We go out and actively look for relationships that will benefit the young people that we have. We work with our universities, and I've just been having conversation with the University of Transport, and we will make sure we continue to do that. But every university, in fact, today we're working with both University of Lagos and Yaba College of Tech. We're designing air quality monitors because Lamata is also interested in research and green reduction in GHG emissions. These young people have designed for us emissions monitors that actually work with our own systems. So it is necessary that we begin to see the opportunities that exist, allow these, put our own minds to it. Those of us who have the capacity to train them, let's not shy away from that. The organizations that have the opportunities to bring these young people in, let's not shy away from that. Let's not be the nation that constantly goes out to buy expertise. Even if you must do because you don't have it, you better be telling that expertise you're buying that he is on the clock and he's going to leave because he's going to train your people. And that's the only way we'll continue to develop this rail system, because the development is here and it must stay in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lamata. Bring the young, making them feel they are supported, and giving them the necessary support so that they can excel. Now we take from NRC.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Akin Oshino. I'm the Operations and Commercials Director for Nigeria Railway Corporation. And I've been listening to Professor's paper on skilling up and training and research. Now, rail is actually a very peculiar kind of industry. It's a highly specialized industry with a lot of emphasis on safety. And you will find that railway workers are perhaps one of the most heavily trained set of people because of the amount of skills that you have to possess to run and knowledge that you have to possess to run a railroad. Now, preparing people for running a rail business is also it's a long-term heavy investment in human resources as well. And on our part in rail, now let me just start by saying that we're used to be in the area of actually passing on knowledge and training. Because Nigerian Railway Organization has an advantage of over a century in the business of running trains, and so there's a lot of institutional there's a lot of historical institutional knowledge and skills that is there. But the other side of it is, our disadvantage about that is that there's a tendency to believe you know all. There's a tendency to still rely on outdated or out of sync practices and models. And so you can find yourself in a situation where you're not growing with the modern way of doing things. And so what are we doing in Nigerian Railways? Now, in the past, what we've always had, we've had very well established and highly resourced technical schools. We've had the traffic training school, we had the mechanical training school for our mechanical signaling telecoms officers. We've had the permanent way school, and we've also had the administrative school. These were all schools that were all over the country: Zaria, Enugu, Lagos. I think one was also in Bauchi. But over the years, that as operations has kind of scaled down, we found that we've not kept up to pace with those schools. Those schools have not kept up to pace in terms of research, in terms of modern ways of doing things and all that. And so what are we doing? There are a number of initiatives that has taken up in very recent times. And one of the key things is we're looking at revitalizing all our training schools. All the 4 training schools are coming back on board at a very advanced stage on how we're going to do that and what we're going to do and how soon we're going to do that. So that is one of the major priorities of the current administration. Another thing that we're also doing, which has actually kicked off in the last few weeks or a couple of months, a month or two ago, is that we're looking at a major revitalization, renewal of all our processes, our manuals, our standard operating processes. And what we've done is we're not insular this time, we brought in experts from outside. And we're talking about top 3 management consultancies in this country. And we're looking at how we do things, why we do things, what our SOPs say, what is the modern way of doing things, and we're completely uprooting how and why we've done things to actually align to what is the modern way of doing things. There are modern tools and equipments that we actually also use right now that we're looking at how we're going to bring that into our manuals, that our manuals currently don't even account for. So we're looking at changing all that and actually coming up with a new rebranding of how we do things and how we actually also train our staff, which is very important. So what kind of, because right now we are the trainers and we also tend to provide training for new operators coming into the industry. And that's the peculiar thing because we are also regulators. So we're looking at how do we actually take a step back and look at how we actually incorporate other training experts to make how we actually train our staff much more, bring much more richness to the process of research and training our staff. I mean, in recent times as well, we've been working with a number of, we recently signed an MOU with Ajaokuta Steel Mills. And we've been working with them in terms of researching what we actually do. Do we actually have to buy wheels and all that every time we want to? Do we have to go abroad to buy wheels and all that? And we also, sorry? Okay, sorry. Okay, so I think I'll rest it. The only other thing I'll say is that we're also making advantage of technical MOUs, technical support agreements that we have with some of our organizations like CCC, for example, in terms of passing on knowledge and passing on skills and ability. Thank you.
Nigerian Society of Engineers.
Hello? Yeah. Thank you, Prof. Mr. Moderator. My name is Olanre Waju Adebayo. I'm the Technical Director for Kiari Jamo Consult. We're partly indigenous consultant to the Ministry of Transport for the Port Harcourt Maiduguri Rehabilitation Project. We are about the first indigenous consultant on the Ministry of Transport project in recent times after team. And what we discovered at the inaugurations of our project was that there was a lack of confidence in the indigenous professionals to handle railway projects. And we had to, at that time, partner with a Malaysian consultant of repute, that is the Kiari Consultants, the MBHD. And over time, we have invested heavily in training and retraining of local professionals in the act of engineering, design, and redesigning of railway infrastructure. The Nigerian professionals, the Nigerian engineers have capacity, and these capacities are limited by confidence being put on them by agencies and opportunities for them to showcase their skills. And in the last 2 or 3 years, we have had the opportunity to interact with CCCC, for example, team, again along the line, and even our foreign technical partners. And our discovery is that engineering as practiced here in Nigeria is the same as in every other client. And opportunities that professionals are exposed to is what makes the experience and the level of delivery better with time. So to a large extent, we are grateful for the confidence the Ministry of Transport has reposed in us, and the development over the last 3 years has been tremendous for local professionals. We've had opportunities to even send young professionals abroad for training and older professionals also for retraining to see projects of bigger magnitude than what we have in Nigeria and the kind of railway infrastructures that are being developed in other clients, especially in Asia. And again, what we have come to appreciate is that the capacity in Nigerian professionals is immense, which can be further developed with time. I think that is for now our own experience in the railway industry.
Thank you very much. Kiari Jamo, NSC.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you so very much for this opportunity to speak. My name is Engineer Isa Usman Emuabino. I'm from the Nigerian Society of Engineers, and that is actually where the indigenous capacity you should be talking about. By the way, the Nigerian Society of Engineers run under various divisions based purely on the profession and the sector that is concerned. With respect to the transportation sector, the Nigerian Society of Engineers has have in existence a division that is called the Nigeria Institution of Highway and Transportation Engineers. It warehouses all the transportation experts within the Nigerian Society of Engineers, And for quite some time now, 2-3 decades, we work to be able to improve on the transportation system of the country. By the way, I should mention that I'm the pioneer chairman of that Nigeria Institute of Highway and Transportation Engineers, and I should be able to share what we have been doing for quite some time in that sector. From experience, we do know that transportation is in different modes. You have different modes of transportation. You have the land, which is by road. You have the rail, which is also on the land. You have the water. You have the pipeline. And of course, you have the air. I think most of those who have spoken today seem to emphasize more on the rail. We have the road system that seems to be failing because he has not gotten an alternative source that should actually distribute the load that we have to carry. Was it earlier in the morning, somebody mentioned that you have a road design, it doesn't last for more than 2 years and it will collapse. Obviously, that's what you expect in an occasion where you don't have intermodal transportation system. What do I mean by that? There are different modes of transport. The road system has its limitation in terms of capacity to carry certain level of loads. The rail comes in to balance up that. So I'm actually very happy and feeling excited that the rail system in Nigeria is beginning to wake up. And I only want to caution that now that we are trying to get it right on the rail system, we must move along with the road and other modes of transportation in such a way that we are able to create an adequate intermodal transportation system. In the Nigerian Society of Engineers, we have already built in-house capacity for all the modes of transportation that are available. Now we want to emphasize on that of the rail system. Like I said, you have the Nigerian Institute of Highway and Transportation Engineers. It has sufficient knowledge, sufficient capacity to be able to do adequate designs of the rail line system and adequate supervision to have them constructed properly. We want to encourage the Nigeria Railway Corporation to try to take advantage of this. But while we go on with that, I want to come out with something else that we believe that we should always put into consideration whoever is preparing profile for whatever rail profile we want to follow or whatever route transport profile we need to follow. If you look at the map of Nigeria, there are certain advantages you must have to take from what you have present with you. 80% thereabout of the rail line presently available in Nigeria were what was left behind for us before our independence. I want to believe that I'm right on that. And you look at the profiles of where those rail lines were going or how they were designed. It was merely for a purpose, and the purpose was to pick certain levels of raw material from certain locations where they were discovered down to the coast. Of course, to be taken away to abroad. Now we have passed that stage. We should now be looking at getting profiles that will integrate the country as a whole, that should be able to distribute certain levels of luggages we have. And you have created in the Nigeria system what I will call economic hotspots. What do I mean by that? Areas where you have agrarian products quite in good number, areas where you have the population quite large and you want to be able to distribute it, areas where you have production, industrial production, you want to be able to distribute what you are producing. I think the profile of the next profiles of the rail should take advantage of the economic hotspots to be able to come out with something that is sustainable and something that we should be able to come out with. I'm happy to again give our services for the Nigeria Railway Corporation
so that we can have further levels of discussion, interaction in this. And we want to say that we have the capacity to be able to advise, to be able to come forward, to say exactly how it should be done for sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Nigerian Society of Engineers. The common denominator of all the presentation is the development of young Nigerians to be able to run the railway systems, particularly Tim and Kari Jamuk mentioned that they have integrated young Nigerian engineers and they are part and parcel of the workforce, they are part and parcel of the management, and they are doing very well. Similarly, Lagos Metropolitan Authority has made similar observation about the capacity of Nigerians to manage the system given the opportunity. However, I want to mention that our success in this respect will depend on how we evolve partnership, collaboration, and synergy. We cannot succeed if we work in silos, so we need to work together, the training institutions, the universities, the polytechnics, the regulatory agencies, the NUCs, the MBTEs, and the Federal Ministry of Transportation need to come together and work together to be able to provide the needed manpower to manage and run the railway systems. From what we heard yesterday, there will be a significant increase in the requirements for railway specialists to run the high-speed rail and normal railway systems. How do we meet up with these requirements? We have to put our hands together. We have to work as a team. We have to get the universities, not just the University of Transportation alone, but other universities that are providing training, that are training young Nigerians in various fields of transportation to work together so that we can meet up with the requirement that is coming up. Thank you very much. You have come to the end of this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. Like I mentioned earlier, we've developed a different kind of style to introduce our moderators. Dr. Bayero Sali Farah is the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology. He holds a PhD from the University of Huddersfield in the United Kingdom. He's known for promoting innovation, technology, and capacity building in the Nigerian sports sector, including exploring drones technology and compressed natural gas conversion. So he has done exceedingly well as a moderator and has managed his time very well. Please let's give him a round of applause. Let us give this excellent panel a round of applause. They've done very well, giving us the goods we need to know. Please engage with them. The organizers have expressed the desire that if we do not go to lunch, it will become cold and we may not get the full benefits of our lunch. I'd like to call the panelists to come together for a photograph at this time. And I'd also like to please appeal to you. We have delegates who have come from far and near, delegates from the United States, from Guinea, delegates from Morocco, who have come here for purposes of contributing their knowledge and strategy to the second International Railway Conference Expo. It behoves on all of us, especially those of us within the Nigerian ecosystem, to return to this room at exactly 3 o'clock. Exactly 3 o'clock. No more, no less. If you're getting at 2:30, it helps because we have an hour to do this launch. I'm giving an extra 30 minutes for meetings and coming back into the room. At 3 o'clock, we have 2 panels and 2 presentations. And we have a powerful presentation from the United States. I don't think it's fair that people should come all the way and then they should come into an empty room when they're presenting. I think it behoves on us to showcase that hospitality that Nigeria has to our international delegates and for our own benefit because we came here for knowledge on how to improve the rail system in Africa, to all return to the room at 2:45. I'll be here to kick it off at 3 o'clock. Please, let's do the needful. It's time for lunch. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Minister of Resources and Water, Adamu, we organized with President Buhari a conference at the Transcorp Hotel on February 26, 2018, where we had thousands of people discussing this water project, TransAqua. So I know a little bit about Nigeria, and I'm not your average Mzungu who's come here. So I was very struck by the optimism of this conference, which is very important for Africa to have optimism. And I'm going to discuss a little bit about the importance of railways. Railways and electricity. Listen, railways and electricity are the two most important categories of hard infrastructure for our economy to develop. Railways for Nigeria are the most important aspect of its economy, along with electricity. These two essential areas of hard infrastructure, railroads and electricity, are what makes a nation capable of expanding and surviving and growing into the future. This is also true for any economy, but especially it's true for Africa, which has been denied infrastructure since the days of colonialism. And we can see that every day, the minimal amount of infrastructure that exists in Africa. This is the primary problem. Africa desperately needs railroads and electricity. And if the African free trade, continental free trade area is going to succeed, we will need approximately at least 1,000 gigawatts of additional electricity, and we will need 100,000 more kilometers of railway. Presently, Africa has about 100,000. Now, what I'm going to discuss with you now is not normally understood. I call myself a physical economist because I look at the physical aspects of the economy. So start with looking at the economy as a living, willful, expanding unit, independent of monetary values. Put the monetary values aside. What are you accomplishing in an economy? And what role does infrastructure play? Those are the important questions. So in the physical economy, we measure the inputs, such as infrastructure. We measure them per capita and per square kilometer square. We measure the outputs per capita and per kilometer squared. We're measuring what goes into the economy and the growth that comes out of the economy, but we're measuring it in physical terms, not prices. And these physical terms will result in an increase in the standard of living of people, will increase improvement in their standard of living, will increase longevity of life, will increase quality of life. They are the essential ingredients for growth. Now, how does this work? How do we get more out of an economy, a physical economy, than we put into it? And we do it by raising the productive powers of labor. The increase in productivity of your workers and farmers is the way we're able to produce more than an output that came in with input. Infrastructure is the key part of that. Infrastructure is actually an intervention into the physical universe. People think we should leave nature the way it is. I don't. We intervene into nature. And we intervene into nature by actually improving the physical environment around us, such as building railroads, such as building power plants, and other interventions that we make in infrastructure. Now, the most important thing about infrastructure is not to look at how much money you make per enterprise that you've invested in. you should make money. But the real key to infrastructure, and railroads is an excellent example, is you increase the profitability of the entire economy. So your payback is not simply how much of a return you got on your investment, but your payback is that you raise the entire wealth and productivity and profitability of the economy. Every worker and farmer will be more productive, even if he doesn't change anything he's doing or she's doing. They will become more productive by the fact that you have infrastructure in that economy. And the density of infrastructure, the density of hard infrastructure in that economy will determine the productivity of every worker and farmer. That's the particular role that infrastructure does. It actually transmits value to the economy. It is necessary to grow. It is necessary to exist. Every economy in the world has a foundation of an infrastructure platform. Think about connection of a platform, water, electricity, railroads, roads in the hard infrastructure categories. The soft infrastructure would be education and healthcare. But every economy, every society exists on a platform. That platform determines how productive that economy is going to be and how fast that economy is going to grow. The key to continued growth is to continue to upgrade the technology of your economy. And one of the things that was discussed here yesterday is relevant to that. High-speed rail. High-speed rail is totally different than what we would consider normal rail traveling at 50 miles an hour. Now, I like trains, and I was glad when I was in Abuja in 2022, I was finally able to take a train ride from Abuja to visit a friend of mine in Kaduna. And that was a pleasure, because in the 1990s, we drove around on tar roads that couldn't even handle our cars properly. So Nigeria has to make progress in the expansion of its rail network. But if you look at the potential of growth into the future, high-speed rail brings in an entirely new technology. And by the way, Nigeria will become the only country, probably outside of China, that has high-speed rail. I'm talking about 215 miles an hour, 340 kilometers per hour. The United States, we don't have it. The fastest trains go is 150 miles an hour, and there's hardly any track that can sustain that. Europe doesn't have anything beyond 150 miles an hour in the bullet train. So this kind of intervention into Nigeria, even though it hasn't started yet, but it's been discussed and can begin, is something that changes the conditions of life here, because you're bringing in a new technology. And that new technology adds value to the existing economy because it changes the economic platform. Now, if you look at high-speed rail, which was again discussed and I understand may be announced in the near future here for Nigeria, that's a game changer. And that's actually how China has changed. The other area, if you want to look on the African continent, is look at the recently inaugurated Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. I was just there. It was inaugurated on September 9th, 5,150 megawatts. The dam is a marvel of infrastructure design and complexity. And there's no dam like it. It's in Africa, it's the largest dam, 145 meters high, a reservoir of 74 billion cubic meters of water that will supply 5,150 megawatts to Africa. That's the biggest infrastructure program since African countries began to free themselves from colonialism. And the Ethiopians funded it by themselves. No money, no investors, no money from the banks. It was done by the Ethiopian people. Now, I bring these two up because these are the two most important categories of infrastructure that we have to look at. So we're looking at the density of infrastructure, we're looking at the technology used in that infrastructure, and then we're looking at how we change and improve that. Now, this is a longer discussion than the time I have allotted to discuss economics with you, but these are the key parameters to look at physical economics. So let's look at density. Remember, I talked about density. Rail density in Nigeria. I compared it to the United Kingdom for historical reasons. So Nigeria has approximately 3,798 kilometers over an area of 932,768 kilometers square land of your country. If you look at your rail density, it's 4.1 kilometers per 1,000 kilometers square. So that's not very much. If you look at the United Kingdom, which I don't even consider that advanced a country, they have a density of 67 kilometers per 1,000 kilometer square area. So that's 4 to 67. So that's approximately 15 times more density of rail per square area that the United Kingdom has over Nigeria. Now, the African Union estimates that for all of Africa, there is 2.5 kilometers of rail per 1,000 kilometers of area. So that's very low. The world average is 23. So Nigeria has 4.1, the world average is 23. And of course, once you go to the advanced sector, you're dealing with much higher levels, even Japan, South Korea, United States, and countries in Europe. So that gives you an idea, some idea of rail density per square kilometer. Now let's look at rail density per capita. Rail density per capita is you take 237 million people and you divide them by your the 237 million people, and you divide it by the 3,789 kilometers. So the result is you have 0.016 kilometers of rail per person in Nigeria. That's very low. In the United Kingdom, it's 0.24. Again, about 15 times or more, 40 times higher. Now look at electricity density. Nigeria has about 142 kilowatt hours per capita. If you divide that by 8,700 hours in the year, Nigeria has available per capita 25 or less watts, not kilowatts, per person per year. So that is very low. If you look at the United Kingdom, they have much larger amount of electricity available. And then if you look at the United States has 1,455 watts available, 25 watts to 1,455 watts per capita electricity. If you look at electricity density per area, now the figure used is that Nigeria has 14,000 megawatts of capacity. I don't think that's being distributed, but that's what's listed as capacity. I think distribution of that is less than half. But again, if you divide that electricity by land area, Nigerians have 0.015 megawatts per kilometer squared. That's the United Kingdom has 44 times that amount. So I give you these figures. I know it's technical, and I could get far more technical than this, but you have to look at this again from a standpoint of physical economy. This is what you're measuring. You're measuring your infrastructure per square kilometer and per capita. And that is the baseline of growth for the future of any economy. So let's look at this one aspect of reality, and then I'll end with a note of optimism. Poverty in the world, that is $2.15 or less per person, is 692 million people. Now, that used to be 1.5 billion, but China eliminated 700 million people out of poverty, lifted them up. So 692 million worldwide. Sub-Saharan Africa, below the desert, is 464 million people living on less than $2.15. So that's 67% of entire poverty exists in Sub-Saharan Africa. Nigeria is listed as 129 million. And again, these are figures I got from the internet, but that's half your population. And that represents about almost 1/5 of the world's poverty. So that's reality. But the good news is we know how to eliminate poverty. We've done it. China did it more than any other Western or capitalist country in the history of this planet. China lifted 700 million people out of poverty. 40 years ago in China, people were riding bicycles. Now the streets are clogged with electric vehicles. I was just there last year. How did they do that? They did it through a focus on infrastructure and manufacturing sector. Those are the two key, along with agriculture. But if you improve your infrastructure and you improve your manufacturing, you can eliminate poverty. How do we know that? Because China did it. So it's not, as we say, rocket scientry. It's not discovering the cure for cancer. Human beings, just like us, did it. Therefore, we can eliminate 500 million people out of poverty in sub-Saharan Africa, and we can eliminate people out of poverty in the United States. Now, the two things, one thing you need to do to be able to accomplish this is you have to have in your mind a scientific vision of the future. Where do we want to be 20 years from now? Where do we want to be in infrastructure? Where do we want to be in the material standard of living a life? Where do we want to be in the elimination of poverty? And you take that concept in your mind, and that governs your actions in the present. Now, I end by telling you the secret of all economics, which no one else will tell you in school or anywhere else. I learned this myself, and it's the truth. All value for human beings, economic value, comes from the human mind. The human mind's creative potential cannot be reproduced by any machine, AI or otherwise, any computer, any animal. The human mind can hypothesize. The human mind can discover new physical principles in the universe that the Creator knows, but we humans are only learning. Every one of those discoveries leads to a new technology. Every new technology represents scientific progress that can be used to transform an economy. Oil, which is plentiful, and natural gas, which is plentiful in Nigeria, it's existed for billions, at least millions of years, probably billions, but we only began to use it 2 centuries ago. How do we do that? By human discovery. Every resource in the ground has been there, but it took a discovery to turn it into value. So the most important ingredient of an economy is the human mind, which is embodied in the human being. And that human mind produces these discoveries that makes the changes of improvement in technology. So you don't stay at one infrastructure platform, but you go to the next, you go to the next. The whole history of the universe, since we discovered Homo sapiens sapiens several million years ago, is this constant progressive improvement measured in material standard of living, quality of life, and longevity of life. Therefore, what does Nigeria have that is its special ingredient in achieving economic progress? It has almost 240 million people. Africa is going to have, projected to have 2.5 billion people by 2050. 1 billion of those will be people 35 years or younger. Those young people have what? They have creative potential of the mind. And therefore, rather than being a curse of a population bulge, it can be a source of increasing value for the economy, because every one of those children, it was discussed today on the previous panel, they're capable of making discoveries, scientific discoveries, and other types of discoveries. And those discoveries are what drives economics and drives all economic growth in the universe. So this is a short summary for all of us to think about. Thank you.
Done very well. You managed the microphone all right.
Thank you.
Mr. Freeman is a physical economist, researcher, economist, writer, and he has done a yeoman's job of his subject matter. For a matter that is very dear to his heart, you can hear the gavel of his voice. That gavel of his voice tells you that he's passionate about what he does, and he's passionate about how Africa can conquer those tracks, high-speed rail, interconnectivity, trade, and removing the populace that are holding down the numbers now from poverty. Let's give another round of applause to Mr. Lawrence Freeman. Distinguished invited guests, we have on day 2 received quite a quantum number of people who some were here yesterday and some have joined us today. Dr. Chimezie Ukegbu is Commissioner for Transport, Abia State. Engineer Lucky S. Barao, Permanent Secretary for Transport, Niger State, who is representing His Excellency the Governor, Honorable Muhammad Omar Bago. We also have with us the representative of Chad Republic, and we have joining us today as well quite a number of other personalities. AIG Hakim Odumosu, retired, Director, Security Services, CBN Headquarters. We have these number of people join us because this second International Railway Conference and Expo 2025 is very important, both for infrastructural and economic development of Nigeria. And so you find that the number of people who are coming in to join as stakeholders, people of interests, people who are friends of the Ministry of Transportation, business leads, academia, all of them are gathered here, and of course our international delegates who came to join us in order not only to provide knowledge, but also to learn from us. I have always believed that Nigeria is a nation which I have no intention of leaving. I do not know about you, but I'm one of those who carry the flags of Nigeria. I just simply cannot live anywhere else. This is the only place I can call on the Director of Rails or the Permanent Secretary of any of the states and say, I'm coming to have lunch in your house, and nobody is going to tell me not to come. I'm going to show up, and they are going to feed me. Nobody is going to remind me that I didn't tell them I was coming. A nation that has community, a nation that has one of the most beautiful ways of getting married. You can't take a girl for granted, except the girl wants to be taken for granted in Nigeria, because every woman has a family. And before you do anything terrible to that woman, except she's hiding what you're about to do, her family will rally round. You can't just marry on the main road in Nigeria. It's a whole process. You have to bring your family. The girl's family has to say yes. The boy's family have to like you. His sisters have to be involved. Cousins, brothers and sisters. And then we wear a uniform to show that we're members of each other's families. I don't think that it is done anywhere else. This is the nation where I've emerged from the water of this country, and I hold Nigeria very dear to my heart. But some of the challenges we have are pretty much man-made. We're responsible for some of our challenges, and until we begin to show the way in how we can prove that we're leaders of Africa, nothing is going to change. Not only from the economy that we place on the table, from simple things like budgeting, and from simple things like just being responsible for the space we occupy as leaders. Everybody is a leader.
including the person who is responsible for the bathrooms at the airport. Everybody is a leader, including the groundnut seller down the road. This is how leadership is. If you forget to carry your newspaper for selling your corn on the main road, you're a bad leader if you're selling corn. And I think that what we need to do with the number of quantum talent that Nigeria has is just to warehouse that talent and constantly, continuously surround ourselves with the right people who are ready to come along with us. Too much, too many people coming into Nigeria. I watch us leave, but I watch international persons come here in our minds. People who come from other countries selling shawarma, people who come from other countries running hotels, and yet some of the most brilliant people in the world reside here. They reside in this country. Our job is to take our nation by ourselves, by the bootstraps, and keep running until Nigeria ends up where we want it to be. And I think that is the mantra for this second International Railway Conference. From the small things to the big things, Nigeria should and will do better. I'm very delighted to invite to deliver the second paper, after which we run into the panels. We're running for time because I hear there's going to be a dinner later today and we need to be done so we can refresh a little bit and come back for that dinner. And so when I give the time, it's not because I don't like your panel, it's because we just need to manage the time, and that's what I'm doing here. So today I'm going to invite to represent my brother, the National Security Advisor, Malam Noor Ribadu, AVM EE Effium, Director of Critical National Asset and Infrastructure, and he will be speaking about railway safety, security, challenges and solutions from the Office of the National Security Advisor. I'd like to appeal that we keep the paper from the NSA's office 15 minutes and just give us the essence of it so we can get it. I want to thank you so very much, AVM Effium. We appreciate your presence. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you very much. From the small things to the big things, Nigeria should and will do better. I'm very delighted to invite to deliver the second paper, after which we run into the panels. We're running for time because I hear there's going to be a dinner later today and we need to be done so we can refresh a little bit and come back for that dinner. And so when I give the time, it's not because I don't like your panel, it's because we just need to manage the time, and that's what I'm doing here. So today I'm going to invite to represent my brother, the National Security Advisor, Malam Noor Ribadu, AVM EE Effium, Director of Critical National Asset and Infrastructure, and he will be speaking about railway safety, security, challenges and solutions from the Office of the National Security Advisor. I'd like to appeal that we keep the paper from the NSA's office 15 minutes and just give us the essence of it so we can get it. I want to thank you so very much, AVM Effium. We appreciate your presence. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you very much. Try. At least let's give it a try. Yes? Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I am Air Vice Marshal E. Effium, the Director of Critical National Assets and Infrastructure Protection at the Office of the National Security Advisor. Let me start on already established protocol. I now will speak to you this afternoon on security challenges and prospects in the Nigerian railway transportation. The security and safety of railway systems are a global imperative, but the nature of the threat varies by region. The advanced nations are more concerned about security threats on rail lines with emphasis on protecting critical information infrastructure due to vulnerabilities to large-scale attacks on complex and integrated network. In Africa, the primary challenges are more physical and direct. For instance, South Africa, with Africa's most extensive rail network, faces a significant struggle with vandalism and theft of rail assets driven by lucrative scrap market. Within the West Africa sub-region, the challenges are even more acute, often compounded by a general state of insecurity. While some countries like Ivory Coast and Ghana are developing their network, they also face threats of theft and other infractions on the rail system. Nigeria's position is unique, given its vast network and its simultaneous struggle with both opportunistic crime and attacks by non-state armed groups. According to official reports, over 150,000 rail clips were stolen nationwide between 2022 and 2023, severely compromising the structural integrity of the tracks. This widespread sabotage has led to an alarming number of incidents, including the reported 188 train derailments between 2019 and 2025. My purpose this afternoon is to discuss how these infractions could be reduced. In doing so, I'll take a look at threats to railway security, contributive factors, and then the way forward. Thereafter, I'll take a few moments to highlight some activities being undertaken at the Office of the National Security Advisor to support or to reduce these infractions, which the Nigerian Railway Corporation could key into. Threats to railway security. Security threats in the rail sector could be classified as malicious threats and insecurity-enabled threats. For the malicious threats such as vandalism, theft, sabotage, and other forms of criminal activities are often brought to bear on the sector due to some contributing factors which I will discuss later. These threats lead to service disruption and delays, economic losses, and safety risks to passengers and staff. For instance, the incident that occurred on 26 August 2025 on the Abuja Kaduna train. Next is insecurity-enabled threats. Insecurity challenges, particularly the persistent threats of banditry, insurgency, and other violent crimes, have heightened the risks of terrorist attacks on the rail subsector. Rail stations, passengers, rail lines present soft targets for criminal elements seeking to disrupt national transportation, inflict casualties, and undermine public confidence in governance security efforts. For instance, the 28 March 2022 attack on the Abuja Kaduna train, where an explosive device was used to damage the track, leading to derailment. The incident underscores the vulnerability of the network to sophisticated attack. Now to the contributing factors, which I said I will mention that I will discuss later. First is operational gaps. One glaring operational gap in railway operation in Nigeria is the issue of idle rail corridor. Idle rail corridors where train movement is infrequent create long stretches of unmonitored tracks that attract vandals and thieves. With limited operational activities, rails, sleepers, and fasteners are left exposed, giving criminals ample time to remove or damage components without immediate detection. Accordingly, security options would have to be considered to close the gaps where the lines are idle. Next is lack of security or protection plan during construction or rehabilitation of these rail tracks. During the construction or reactivation of rail tracks, security for the track itself and the route are often not built into the project plan. I've been hearing future plans for the rail system. It is hoped that the security consideration or protection of the lines or the network is being considered alongside. The emphasis is usually on engineering works and timelines, leaving the newly laid or rehabilitated rails and sleepers, including the routes, without a dedicated protection framework. This oversight creates long stretches of tracks and routes that are vulnerable to theft or vandalism. Consequently, every rail construction or reactivation project should include a track and road security protection plan from the planning stage. Making security a contractual requirement ensures that protection of the rail corridor starts early and continues seamlessly into the operational phase. Now to pros or weak access control. Pros or weak access control at train stations and along rail tracks create opportunities for unauthorized access, theft, vandalism, and even sabotage. Furthermore, years of inactivity in many sections of the network have allowed unregulated development close to the tracks and the emergence of illegal pedestrian routes and informal crossing. This encroachment not only endangers rail transport, but also makes it easier for criminals to gain access to rail infrastructure without detection. Now to legal challenges. Legal challenges, including prolonged prosecution processes and weak punitive measures, significantly hinder efforts to curb the vandalization and theft of rail infrastructure in Nigeria. Delayed court proceedings allow suspects to explore procedural loopholes and sometimes regain freedom to continue criminal activities, while light or non-deterrent punishment fail to discourage offenders and their collaborators. The other contributing factor is weak regulation or monitoring of the scrap market industry, which is a source of incentive to the scrap dealers, to those that are involved in vandalization and theft of these rail assets. Now to the way forward. The protection of the rail sector requires a coordinated, multi-stakeholder, and multifaceted approach involving the federal, the state government, the security agencies, Nigeria Railway Corporation, host community, and the judiciary. First is the adoption of a multi-stakeholder approach in railway protection. A multi-stakeholder approach in the context of railway protection implies a framework that brings stakeholders together to collectively address the protection and resilience of the sector. The framework involves the integration of the operators and their security architecture, communities where the rail tracks are routed, and existence of a security response capability. That is the current concept, and the Nigerian Railway Corporation will need to establish and maintain close collaboration with the recently established state-level critical national infrastructure protection structure. Now to elimination of patronage of vandalized rail assets. The thriving market for stolen or vandalized rail assets, particularly in scrap metal, provides a ready outlet and financial incentive for criminals to target critical rail infrastructure. As long as there is patronage for vandalized materials such as rail sleepers, tracks, and metal components, perpetrators will continue to exploit the opportunity for profit. Eliminating or strictly regulating this market is therefore key to reducing vandalism and theft of these critical assets. This can be achieved through the regulation and close monitoring of the scrap market industry, including mandatory licensing of dealers, stringent documentation of sources of scrap, intelligence-led surveillance of scrap markets, and routine inspections by law enforcement agencies. By choking the illicit demand and ensuring transparent operation in the scrap industry, the financial incentive for rail vandalism will diminish, thereby strengthening the protection of the national rail infrastructure. Now to review of legal proceedings. Given the strategic importance of the critical national infrastructure of which rail network is a fundamental component, and considering the impact of theft and vandalism on this infrastructure, there is a need for an expedited judicial process in cases involving vandalism, sabotage, or damage to rail assets. Therefore, expedited prosecution of offenders by the judiciary or establishment of special fast-track courts would reinforce the perception that the protection of critical rail assets is a matter of national importance. Additionally, the review of existing laws to impose stiffer penalties, such as longer jail terms and heavier fines, would send strong signals to acts of sabotage, vandalism, or theft against critical rail infrastructure will be met with firm and proportionate consequences. This also is one of the lines of action which the Office of the National Security Advisor is pursuing. And many nations have reviewed the legal punishment associated with critical national infrastructure due to issues like this. Now we look at adoption of multi-layered security strategy. The stretches of rail infrastructure often traverse remote or poorly secured areas, making surveillance and rapid response difficult, and thus increasing rail transportation vulnerability. Consequently, and particularly along potential routes of attack, a multi-layered security strategy is essential, including the deployment of armed security personnel and rapid response teams along critical routes. That would be in addition to application of technology such as CCTV and drone patrols, intelligence-driven activities to prevent attacks, community engagement to enhance early warning mechanism, and strict enforcement of passenger screening and cargo inspection protocol. This is the adoption of data-driven threat analysis. The preservation and use of data could aid hotspot mapping and patrol rostering. In this case, incident history and community reports could be used to map hotspots or identify high-risk sections. With the determination of hotspots, targeted patrols along identified hotspots could be scheduled, including random routing and use of drones for periodic corridor inspection to reduce physical foot patrol needs. How about conduct of a comprehensive corridor audit of rail tracks? With the unintended vulnerability due to years of inactivity, the Nigerian Railway Corporation would need to conduct a comprehensive corridor audit to identify encroachment and high-risk crossing. Furthermore, thorough coordinated action with urban planning and local government through coordinated action and urban planning and local government enforce right-of-way regulation and designate appropriate crossing to replace dangerous or compromising footpaths. Additionally, appropriate access restriction will need to be installed where applicable and warning signals put in place. Preceding this would be the need for community sensitization campaigns for understanding, buy-in, and as complementary measures. Now to strategic communications. One of the key means to shape public perception and promote public buy-in for the protection and security of rail infrastructure is strategic communication. Through carefully planned messaging, public awareness campaigns, and community engagement initiatives, citizens can be sensitized on the critical importance of safeguarding rail assets and encouraged to promptly report suspicious activities. To ensure consistency and effectiveness, the Office of the National Security Advisor could provide the strategic guidance to the Nigerian Railway Corporation in development and implementation of a comprehensive strategic communication framework. This guidance would help the Nigerian Railway Corporation outreach efforts with national security priorities, enhance public trust, and foster a collaborative environment where communities become active stakeholders in protection of rail infrastructure. Now to some security considerations for ongoing and future rail projects, since there are current plans in that light. While the recent Nigeria Railway Corporation's adoption of concrete or composite sleepers, which are less attractive to thieves and vandals, is encouraging, other options for the protection of the assets will need to be considered, perhaps through research and development or through direct purchase. For instance, the use of tamper-resistant fastener, solar-powered lightings when applicable, because most of these networks are often dark at night, and that creates the enablement for many of these infractions within the sector. An intrusion detection and monitoring system where if there's an alert, a response could be dispatched to the location to ascertain the state of the track. That creates, or that prevents cases where the rail lines become dangerous or unsafe for rail movement. Other options include laser etching or similar permanent marking technology, which involves using high precision laser to engrave permanent tamper-resistant identifiers on rails and sleepers, which could mitigate theft and vandalism due to its traceability. Also, supervisory control and data acquisition systems are affordable and feasible and widely implemented along rail lines globally. In the context of Nigeria's infrastructure, which is faced with challenges such as theft and vandalism, with risks to lives, SCADA could enhance security and safety. For example, railways in countries like India and South Africa have successfully integrated SCADA for real-time monitoring of rail signals, which helps in the immediate detection of disruptions and potential sabotage. The implementation of such technology would represent a signal leap forward for the Nigerian Railway Corporation. Now to the Office of National Security Advisor's Initiative for Railway Security. The mandate of the Office of the National Security Advisor includes the protection of critical national infrastructure. Having discussed the way forward, let me sensitize on some of the on-SARS initiatives to secure our critical national assets, of which the rail is one. First, the strategic framework for critical national infrastructure protection. The Office of the National Security Advisor has developed a collaborative and comprehensive framework for critical national infrastructure protection, which identifies railway assets as a key component. This framework promotes an all-of-government approach, fostering collaboration between the Nigerian Railway Corporation, security agencies, and state governments to address threats systematically. Next is intelligence-driven operations. We have seen transition from a reactive to a proactive security posture through multi-layered collaboration. This involves a collaborative intelligence sharing network to gather and analyze threat intelligence. This data-driven approach allows for the identification of potential hotspots and the deployment of targeted security operations before attacks can occur. Next is the establishment of state-level critical national infrastructure protection structure. Since the assets and infrastructure are domiciled in the state, state-level critical national infrastructure security structures have been established. This multi-agency security structure comprises personnel from the Nigerian Armed Forces, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, the Nigerian Police Force, Department of State Services, etc., to assure collaborative and coordinated security presence. The Nigerian Railway Corporation would need to leverage the structure to provide security along the rail lines and at stations to deter opportunities, vandals, and organized criminal gangs activities. Next is public-private collaboration. Recognizing the role of the private sector in critical national infrastructure protection, the Office of the National Security Advisor has engaged with the Nigerian Railway Corporation to identify the challenges and capabilities with a view to closing the gaps associated with railway transportation protection. And lastly, targeting of the illicit market. We are working closely with law enforcement and regulatory bodies to dismantle the illegal scrap market that fuels rail and other critical national infrastructure vandalism and theft. We recently made some arrests and sealed the companies suspected to be involved in patronage of these vandalized items. The Nigerian Railway Corporation will need to partner with the state-level critical national infrastructure protection structure and the Office of the National Security Advisor by providing information for intelligence-led surveillance and trackings to make it harder for stolen rail items to be sold. In conclusion, protecting Nigeria's vital railway is a national imperative crucial for security, economy, and public safety. The threats are real and they demand a unified multi-stakeholder response complemented with security. With technology-backed security. More importantly, security considerations would directly impact private financing partnership within the sector. Based on that, the following are recommended. Firstly, the Nigerian Railway Corporation should establish and maintain close collaboration with the recently established state-level critical national infrastructure protection structure. The security personnel deployed at the Nigerian Railway Corporation assets should be rotated at least every quarter. In this case, they will need to develop a mandatory rotation schedule and a system of performance audit of the attached security personnel. The Nigerian Railway Corporation should establish whistleblower and intelligence channel to detect and report suspicious activities within its assets. This could be done by creating an anonymous reporting hotlines and a digital platform, ensuring protection for whistleblowers. Also, the Nigerian Railway Corporation should partner with the Office of the National Security Advisor to ascertain and eliminate illicit markets involved in the sale of vandalized rail assets. It must be noted that illicit scrap market was what grounded the South African rail line at some point. The Ministry of Transportation should, in collaboration with other ministries, push for an expedited judicial processes in cases involving vandalism, sabotage, or damage to critical national infrastructure, and review of existing laws to impose stiffer penalties on offenders. This is currently ongoing, but if support comes from every angle, then it will be taken more seriously. Next, the Ministry of Transportation should liaise with other MDAs to advocate for the establishment of specialized courts for critical national infrastructure cases and lobby for the legislative review of miscellaneous offenses to increase penalties and remove loopholes. The Nigerian Railway Corporation should, in liaison with various state critical national infrastructure architecture, conduct threat and risk vulnerability assessment of critical rail infrastructure and adopt a multi-layered security concept where applicable. Here you need to prioritize and conduct a comprehensive risk assessment of the entire network, starting from the most vulnerable in terms of Abuja Cardinal line and the Eastern line. The Nigerian Railway Corporation should incorporate the utilization of data-driven analysis in its asset protection activities, thus implement a centralized database for all security incidents to enable real-time threat mapping and predictive analysis. The Nigerian Railway Corporation should incorporate more technologies such as laser etching and SCADA, etc., in its asset protection strategy. You have an ongoing plan. You need to incorporate this technology-driven protection concept in the ongoing plan. And the Nigerian Railway Corporation should ensure that every rail construction or reactivation project include a track and route security protection plan from the planning stage before the award of contract. This is a major gap that needs to be closed, and it has to be made mandatory in your establishment. The Nigerian Railway Corporation should conduct a comprehensive audit of the national rail system for security corrective measures and the deployment of adequate access control systems, perimeters, and internal at the train stations. On this, you can form a committee and partner with security architecture to get this done. And lastly, the Nigerian Railway Corporation should carry out strategic communication and community engagement in partnership with the state level critical national infrastructure protection, particularly in high-threat locations, for culture change by the public or communities towards rail assets. This brings me to the end of my presentation. I thank you for your rapt attention. My references are shown on the screen.
Thank you so much. There's no doubt in my mind that Malam Nuhu Ribadu, the National Security Advisor, took the assignment of delivering this paper like he does with other things on his plate seriously. You can see the quantum research and the work that went into this document that basically covers the Nigeria Railway Corporation from a security perspective. In so doing, the Office of the National Security Advisor, having sent Air Vice Marshal E.E. Ifyom to deliver this, showed that indeed the Office of the National Security Advisor is an office whose responsibility in providing security coverage across the nation and in different sectors is well heeled. He has talked to us about threats to railway security, the contributory factors, including operational gaps and lack of security protection plans, the way forward, multi-stakeholder approach in railway protection, elimination of patronage of vandalized rail assets, review of legal proceedings, adoption of a multi-layered security strategy, adoption of data-driven threat analysis, and the fact that critical national infrastructure architecture should be something that all MDAs, along with state governments, together with the Nigeria Railway Corporation, should come together to pay attention to, and collaboration with the Office of the National Security Advisor. Please, let's give a round of applause to the Office of the National Security Advisor and AVM Ifyom, whose role in his position and his job description covers this area of field. We truly want to appreciate them and the effort they have put in. I'd like to kick off the panel discussion, and we would not be able to give more than 20 or so minutes to each panel at this time. We have the National Intelligence Agency as the moderator for this railway safety security, the representatives of the National Intelligence Agency, NIA, here. But I'll begin to call the panelists, and perhaps we can devolve a way to find who the moderator would be. The Nigeria Police Force Railway Command. Earlier in the day, we had an AIG who had joined us. Is the Nigeria Police Force here? And then after that, we have the Nigeria Communications Commission. We have the Nigeria Fire Service. And we have the Civil Defense. and we also have the Advonics Group. This is a truly powerful discussion concerning rail security, and I am not seeing the requisite persons with the job description here. I'm going to go over this list one more time. Civil defense. If civil defense has a representative here, can they please come forward at this time? The Nigeria Police Force. Can we have the Nigeria Police Force come forward? I can see a gentleman in the Nigeria Police uniform making his way. The Nigeria Railway Corporation, who are partners to this project. Certainly, there would be somebody from the NRC here. The Nigeria Communications Commission, NCC, is a critical institution for security because they are responsible for telecommunications in the country and their regulatory body. The Advonics Group. And if the Advonics Group is here, I'd like to see them come up, please. And of course, we have the Nigeria Fire Service. The Nigeria Fire Service is here. I want to believe that having received these gentlemen in situ, is Air Vice Marshal Ifeom still in the room from the Office of the National Security Advisor? Thank you very much. The National Intelligence Agency was meant to be the moderator. Do we have the gentleman from the NCC? Is NCC on this panel? Please be seated. Is NCC on this panel? Let me see who is not here. Nigeria Police Force is here. Nigeria Railway Corporation is here. Advonics Group is here. We have Civil Defense is here. Fire Service is here. I'm going to take it upon myself at this point to moderate this panel, especially because as a moderator of note, it's just the subject area that would usually be you need somebody from the subject area. But as a moderator of over 40 years, I want to believe that this is possible. David, can you give me a chair, please? Let me moderate this session for 20 minutes, and then we'll take it up from there and go to the next panel so we can make our progress real quick. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good evening again, everyone. I believe that the subject matter for which we're going to be having this conversation is very critical to securing rail tracks, rail coaches, and managing security, especially where it concerns the critical national infrastructure that sometimes is responsible for derailment of trains. And the topic, Railway Safety Security, Challenges and Solutions, was presented from the Office of the National Security Advisor by AVM Ifeom. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to, for about a year and a half, I traveled using the Abuja-Kaduna rail on my way to Kano, where I'm taking a higher degree. And I understand what it means to talk about security, to worry about if you're going to be safe, if you took a late train, and all of those. All of this conversation really surrounds how is the train secure? How are the tracks and the critical infrastructure around rails secure? How are your passengers secure? How do you ensure trust? And how do you provide, going forward, the things that would make Nigerians come on board on the rail tracks and ensure that they are in trains in comfort without any fear? All over the world, there are overnight trains. People take trains and they arrive in the morning where they're going. And that, again, is a measure of security, a measure of trust. You cannot build economy around fear. And if you want to ensure that the economies concerning rail and investment is assured,
It's all about security and trust. So I'm going to begin this conversation by speaking to the various organizations. I am inviting you first to introduce yourself and for each panelist to take 2.5 minutes to give their perspectives on the threats and challenges for the security networks. I'll come to AVM Ifyom last because he just finished speaking. So we'll start with the Nigeria Police Force. And I would ask you to activate your microphone beside you. Okay. Keep yours closed. He's can hold. Okay, please introduce yourself, and you have 2.5 minutes to talk to us about what your perspectives are from the Nigeria Police Force.
Good afternoon, all. My name is ACP Yusuf Ibrahim from Railway Police Command. The protection of railway assets to be properly covered, definitely there should be enough boots on the ground because manpower challenges is a major factor. We need the railway assets to be covered security-wise by proper deployment of men. Secondly, technology is a key issue. We are in a period where technology plays a very significant role in virtually every aspect of our life. The tracks, installations can be made in the tracks whereby if they are tampered with, immediately it will be activated and the nearby teams can go in and effect arrest of the criminals. Thirdly, we need severe punishments upon conviction of vandals because the present punishments we have for most of these vandals upon conviction is very, very minor because you can't compare theft of railway assets to mere thefts of maybe smaller things that will attract maybe 2 years or 6 months imprisonment, and most times without option of fine. Because railway, just like airplane, if part of the airplane is vandalized, it can cause serious death because these are heavy machines that carries a lot of passengers. And vandalizing such items can lead to very serious consequences that will lead to severe loss of lives. And thirdly, those responsible for protection or for using the railway assets, they should ensure that these assets are well protected after use because at times, most of these assets are abandoned. Just like the AVM said, there are some of these tracks that have been abandoned for long. So most of these criminals, after their arrest, claim that they thought these items are not in use any longer. That is why they assess them to, remove them for sale or whatever. And then, lastly, activities should be carried on seriously on these railway assets because most of these, like the narrow gauge, most of these rail lines are in the bushes. Most of them have been abandoned for long. And by such, criminals normally think that they are not in use again. So therefore, they go there to vandalize them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
So therefore, they go there to vandalize them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I mean, in a nutshell, you're talking about the security surround of these, both the rail stations and the rail coaches and the critical infrastructure around them.
Yes.
Especially, as the AVM had mentioned in the National Security Advisor's paper, corridor audit. Very important to see where they are. Let me go to civil defense. What is your take on this conversation in terms of safety? What are our challenges? What are our options in protecting our rail assets in Nigeria?
Thank you, the moderator. My name is Akaribo Peters. I'm Commandant in charge of transport infrastructure in Nigeria. I want to take this opportunity to assure Nigerians that the security sector has put much in the protection of the sector. I want to say that
the Office of National Security Advisor, in collaboration with other security agencies, did assessment tour, that means security scoping of all the rail lines in the country, and had discovered some hot points and some of the fault, and they have made their recommendation to Nigerian Railway. So the rail sector is highly protected by security agents. I also want to go further to say that Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps is saddled by the federal government to protect critical infrastructure and national assets. And we have done a lot in that sector. We have set a special team known as anti-vandal team to go through all the rail lines to fight vandalism. We have also set up a special squad called CG Intelligence Squad. And the duty of that squad is to bring in intelligence against vandals and against any activities that are going to tamper with the operation of the
Let's
railway.
have one house, please. If you're here for this conference, let's have the room a little more quiet so we can learn. Security is such a huge area in this rail conference that we have put together. And it's important that we pick up, you may never meet these gentlemen again. This is the opportunity for us to learn how to protect national assets as individuals and as citizens. That's part of our duty as Nigerians. Please carry on, sir.
Thank you, moderator. And I want to assure us that we are working in partnership with the Nigerian Railway Corporation. And every train you bought in Nigeria, you will discover that there are security men inside the train, both conventional and the armed men. Like the incident mentioned last that happened in Abuja, the security men were on ground to make sure that the whole area was controlled and absolute security was provided to the passengers. And I don't think anybody suffered any loss there. So the core is really working in collaboration with other security agencies. And like the Air Vice Marshal said, the Office of National Security Advisors is bringing all the stakeholders together, the security stakeholders together, and we synergize and work hand in hand to make sure that the rail sector is saved. In 2023, the core at itself has to go out on what we call security scoping. The core in 2023 set up a team that will tour all the railway facilities, even those that are abandoned. There was no single station or railway post we did not visit, just to take inventory. And we are able to discover the hot point and every other places that can be of risk. So the core is really working towards making sure that the railway sector is really safe, because the federal government has invested a lot and it's a very most important critical infrastructure of the nation.
I thank you very much indeed. We have talked about how the Civil Defense Corps has gone on that kind of scoping. The Nigeria Railway Corporation is the major beneficiary of all of this. Even though you are getting your 2.5 minutes, you're surrounded by security personnel who have worked in tandem with you. Perhaps you should be able to tell me what the yields are for this, especially also in relation to the critical national infrastructure, which we talk about in protection of your assets and your goods.
Hello? Hello? All right, thank you very much. Permit me to stand on existing protocols. My name is Dr. James Zhang, Director of Corporate Planning from the Nigerian Railway Corporation. It's no doubt that the railways in Nigeria today is faced with security challenges and to some extent safety challenges. As an organization, what is the NRC doing about that? We are working with the civil defense, like they mentioned, the Nigerian police, and all of that. For any of our train that is departing, we have a full complement of the police, the civil defense, the DSS, some in plain clothes, armed. Of course, you may not see some of them because they are located in strategic places. That is to take care of the safety and security of our passengers. Now, before going to those personnel, you can see, what do we do on our tracks? Before we can move the train from point A to point B, we have to be sure that the tracks are safe and secured. And how do we do that? We have what we call the length men who patrol these tracks on a daily basis from both ends of the track. And when they patrol, they tell us the condition of the tracks, that it's fit enough for us to move passengers. So until that is done and confirmed, we don't move the train. So that's one aspect of confirming the safety of the tracks before we move them. Now, if you look at some of the challenges we talked about in case of security concerns, the vandalization that has been mentioned here, it's a fact that our tracks are being vandalized. But on a daily basis, when we notice that, we replace them. The question we now ask is, at what cost are we doing this? Do we have the resources to continue to do this? That's a million-dollar question. Railway as an organization does all it can to make sure each time we identify such vandalization, we address them. Let me also use this opportunity to correct an erroneous assumption. The incident that happened on the 26th, I heard people saying it's vandalization. So far, the investigation or inquiry carried out has shown no trace, and I repeat, no trace to vandalism, none at all, but human error. Now, having said that, as an organization, we have reached out again to sister agencies that are responsible for safety and security. Railway as an organization is basically responsible for moving passengers from point A to point B, though in a safe and secure manner. And when we're able to achieve that, we build passenger confidence and we have enhanced patronage. We have the Railway Police Command. We have the Railway Civil Defense Command. These are security agencies of government. The civil defense is responsible for the infrastructure protection, while the police is responsible for overall security. The question we ask ourselves as agencies of government, are they strengthened enough? Are they adequately funded to serve those responsibilities that is given to them by government as per Railway Police Command and then the Railway Civil Defense Command? These are the questions we ask ourselves. Yes, the NSA talked about the number of vandalizations we've had, the clips. That yes happens. The question we now ask is, today, because of the partnership we have, by the awareness we've created, advocacies we've done, we have today local vigilantes, we have the hunters who help us to secure all these corridors. We've secured arrests. But unfortunately, when these people are arrested, they are just given a pat on the back and allowed to go. Tomorrow they go back. You hear people talking today about iron money. Do you know what iron money is? Our rail tracks, our fasteners that they steal, they use the money and buy motorbikes and cars, and then are proud to say, this is iron money, and we're in Nigeria. These people are apprehended, and then they are let go. I give you a typical example. There's this case of a company in Jos. They were found with railway tracks, track materials and others. They were apprehended. But you know what? They were given a fine of 200,000 naira and allowed to go. Is that the way to go? So you look at our laws, we have to do all things possible, all that's necessary to ensure that we have stringent measures, penalties for those who are involved in this vandalization of these track materials. Yes, railway is doing all it can to be sure that these things are secure. When we notice, we fix. Immediately we fix. But like I asked earlier, at what cost? Can we continue? Railway does not have all the money it requires to do all of it, all that is being requested of it. It's not as if we do not know. Technology, we can deploy technology. Like today on our trains, all of our trains have CCTV cameras attached to them. I'll give you a typical example, something that happened sometimes in Kaduna in Rigasa train station. There was this lady who was traveling with her daughter. You know, they boarded our train. Somewhere along the line, the daughter left the train and went out. And wow, the woman said, no, NRC, you must bring my daughter. This must be connivance with your staff. she was making a lot of trouble. When I said, okay, hold on, let's go back and look at the camera footage. Lo and behold, we saw that the woman and the daughter entered the train. But the daughter now left the mother and went out of the train. We saw from the footage, assuming that that camera wasn't there. What kind of trouble do you think that woman will make to us?
Okay, I'm going to stop you there because we're going to come for a second round of targeted questioning. When you make these comments, it's clear to me that there is also something to do with education. Because as a nation, if you don't educate people about the importance of these assets, we have to work with National Orientation Agency. We have to work with the media to push the agenda of how important these national assets are. We have to work on engaging citizens to understand that there are certain things that are national assets. And I think it's from that point of view that I'll ask the Advonics group to enter this conversation. Please take your 2.5 minutes now.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Mr. Emeka Aji. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Advonic Services Nigeria Limited. Our company is into safety and security equipment infrastructure deployment in partnership with Nigeria Railway Corporation and the Federal Ministry of Transportation. We have done our best in areas deployment of access control equipment like scanners, all sorts of scanners, both human scanners, baggage scanners, and other access control measures. These things are huge infrastructure that requires huge funds for deployment, for training of manpower, and for maintenance as well. And we've been doing a lot of collaboration with the Nigeria Railway Corporation to bring in more recent technologies from abroad to deploy, to help in protection of human infrastructure and other things that has to do with the processes. And there are new things that we're working right now in collaboration with the Railway Corporation to safeguard certain features of their equipment in their rail, locomotives, and so on, that we'll talk about as we go ahead. So those are areas that we're working with them.
Work that you've been doing in terms of providing scanners and all of that would provide a check for how to manage critical infrastructure around the rail, how to check on individuals. I'd come to fire service last, because I would love to find out the Air Vice Marshal's thought processes, especially when you listen to all the other speakers from the various security agencies. How does intelligence play a pivotal role here? You did mention in your paper, I saw that. However, I think we're listening to this conversation and we're hearing the Nigeria Police, the Civil Defense, Nigeria Railway Corporation. We are not fully funded enough to manage security. We do not have enough capacity. We do not have enough men on the ground. And I'm hearing the issue of lack of capacity, lack of men on the ground. And I'm also hearing the issue of intelligence. Intelligence gathering is a very strategic area of field to deal with protecting critical national infrastructure. The National Security Advisor's Office has already made some arrests, has already, shut down some scrap markets. And these require high-level intelligence. But without giving you the lead on what you have heard, let's hear from you, Air Vice Marshal. What are your thoughts in the conversation that has taken place so far?
Thank you very much. If I understood you correctly, I'm to speak on the role of intelligence and also gaps in manpower. Okay, for gaps in manpower, in every establishment, you can have everything you want. So the right thing to do is to optimize the capacity of whatever you have. And that's why at the Office of the National Security Advisor, we understand that, yes, civil defense is the lead agencies, but what we did is to have a collaborative approach to security of these assets. What does that mean? It means the civil defense is there, but rather than seeing it as civil defense responsibility, We integrate the armed forces into it. We integrate the DSS into it. We integrate the police into it. So where the civil defense has gaps or police has gaps, other agencies are there to close. Yes, this structure or this concept was recently established just last month. So we are yet to assess the effectiveness. But as far as the Office of National Security Advisor is concerned, those gaps in terms of capacity, manpower capacity, should not be an excuse for lack of performance. The second one is on the role of intelligence. Yes, the same concept. We are going to come up with strategic communication sponsored by the Office of the National Security Advisor, where we educate people about. It's a new concept. People don't understand what is meant by critical national assets and infrastructure. They don't understand. They see them. We have instances where, in front of people, transformers are lifted. Some of these rail lines are carried. They don't see it as they're concerned. Oh, that's government problem. So they don't take ownership of this asset, whereas this asset actually belongs to the public. So that's where strategic communication actually comes into play. But for intelligence, we've also stepped up the intel capacity with the same state level critical national assets and infrastructure, state architecture. Just last some time back, it's Intel-led operation that a major a factory that is involved in all these drills, all these things that are stolen, they compress them, refine them, and ship them out, reproduce them, and bring them. So we found that if we raid the vandals who are picking these things, or we raid the Panteka that are selling these things, we still have them. So what we are targeting now is the market, the end users, because we believe that once we eliminate the end users, the Pantekas will not have market, the vandals too will not have market. So these operations are Intel-led, and then we expect optimal cooperation from the Nigerian Railway Corporation. If you have information on any of these industries or factories that are involved in receiving these vandalized items and transforming them or refining them, kindly notify us and be rest assured that something will be done about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. The Office of the National Security Advisor is gathering a consortium of security operatives and security agencies to come together because nobody has just the ability to manage critical national infrastructure by themselves, except there's a collaboration. I'm coming to you now on the fire service. Talk to us about your perspective in terms of how are you involved with the Nigeria Railway Corporation and with managing critical infrastructure from your vantage point of view as the fire service?
Thank you. Good evening. CSF Sarki Abdurrahman is the name. I'm the head of Plans Examination Division of the Federal Fire Service. What my office does is to review construction documents. Now, coming to the question, we have to go back memory lane a bit. From the 7th day, man started creating the built environment. And when you create a built environment, it is not left unregulated. Now, when it comes to fire, it's something that can come from nature, it's something that can come from man, it could be accidental, it could be arson. But ultimately, as a firefighter and as a construction document reviewer, when you are talking of fire and life safety, this is a good picture of representation of Nigerian perspective. The topic is security and safety. Unfortunately, the whole attention is focused on security. Now, when you are discussing security, it's easy because you know you are dealing with human. But when you are talking of safety, fire and life safety from all the perspectives involved, you are dealing with man, you are dealing with nature, and you are dealing with mistakes, you are dealing with hazards. So from the fireman's perspective, anytime you bring any new technology into the built environment, it could be a new train, it could be a train station, it could be a freight station, whatever you are bringing, we are looking at it from the perspective of, is this a hazardous material? Can it burn? And when you look at trains, they involve you carrying things that may be hazardous material that could be released. It could be nuclear, it could be biological, it could be chemical, it could be human being. Now, if all hands are not on deck, what happens is we'll be left with accidents. And we are all aware that while everybody is running away from an accident scene, if you have ever seen fire, you see firefighters running into it, because the fire scene is a firefighter's workshop. That is where we do our work. But in order not to endanger ourselves, we concentrate most of our attention on prevention. And we've worked with the Federal Ministry of Transport. We reviewed the construction documents of Abuja Kaduna Rail Project, the Lagos Ibadan Rail Project, and we are currently working with Motor Engine, which is the company working on Kanu Maradi project. Well, I'm going to give you some layers that you understand so that you understand how broad our responsibility is. We are responsible for preventing fire through what? Engineering, education, and enforcement. Why do I say these three things? Because in order to handle fire, which is basically a science, you need engineering approach. And it is through this engineering approach and education of the masses and stakeholders that you get things done. So our efforts are centered on prevention, having alarm and detection system in places, whether it's in the train or is in the train station or in the freight yards. After you have this, you have to design means of evacuation out of any hazardous spaces. After this, you have what is called early fire suppression. That is why you have automatic fire suppression in your stations and all that. Then you have structural protection, compartmentalization to limit fire spread from one space into another. Unfortunately, if you do your pre-design well, you do your design well, you do your construction well, you do your installation well, somebody must inspect it from time to time, because everything that is of human origin deteriorates with time. Second law of thermodynamics. So I think ultimately, if we understand this broad area and we put all our effort into ensuring safety, it means it's a multi-stakeholder kind of thing. The government will provide funding, educational institutions will do their part, Nigeria Railway Corporation will do their part, and ultimately, with this, if everybody is doing his part, we'll have a safe environment. Because whenever you talk of protection, you should not look at it from safety perspective, security perspective alone. You should look at it from safety and security.
I thank you so very much indeed. When I said earlier in the day that Nigeria is full of very multi-talented people, you had not met this panelist. Every single person is holding their side on the matter. You can hear their brains and they know their onions. They're on top of their game. I'd like to talk about all of society approach, which is the new method of taking care of security across board. It's not just for the security agencies. It's for citizens to say something when they see something. You don't leave it to them, because as you can hear, even manpower is not enough, and our job is to also assist them to get the job done. When we go around the United States, we hear, thank you for your service to men in the security agencies, because they protect us. Can you imagine if we didn't have the layer that we have? Because we tend to complain quite a bit. Can you imagine if we didn't have the Office of the National Security Advisor, the fire service people, the organizations that are helping us, the Nigeria Railway Corporation doing their bit, civil defense, and of course, the police? If we didn't have what we have, it would be bedlam. So we thank you for your service. But before we carry on, we have 1 minute each to do your wrap up, because we have one more panel to go. And that 1 minute would be about, can the citizens help? What else are you doing? And I'd like to start with the Nigeria Police Force. I like to admire them very much because I married their son. So the policemen are my in-laws. I take them very seriously. All right, it's over to you now.
Yes.
So you have 1 minute, so let's wrap it.
Yes, the citizen can help the police in solving most of these crime situations in the country by way of volunteering informations. Because there's this saying that if you see something, you say something. And by so doing, it will help us to unravel some of these problems we have today, because the police cannot be everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Civil Defense.
Thank you very much. We are the people's police. We live among you. We stay with you. We dine and buy in the same market with you. Please, any information you have, give it to us. We have committee, we live with committee, and we live within the community. We are your own. Feel free to pass any information to us. Thank you.
When we go to the Nigerian Railway Corporation, I'd like to give you a scenario of somebody who actually boarded the train with somebody else's ticket. How are you managing that? That should be your closing line.
Thank you. Let me start by saying that the community where we have our rail tracks are of immense support to us. And yes, everybody has a role to play. What have we done as Nigerian Railway Corporation? Today, the hunters we have along our corridors, the vigilantes that we also have are all people within that corridor. Recent arrests that we're able to make today are because of these people. So it means that these people are working with NRC to see that we bring to the lowest numbers these cases of vandalization and theft. So yes, they have a big role to play. Now, the issue of the tickets, what have we done? Again, you know that on our standard gauge, all the 3 standard gauge are we go online tickets. Now, because we go online tickets, there's a limit to which the number of tickets that each person can buy. 4, for example. Now, we realize that some people, without your NIN, you cannot have more than 4. With one person's NIN, you can have about 4 tickets. So we now found that some people have developed a habit of getting more NINs. So, for example, I can have NINs of about 5 different people. So with that, I can get 4 times 5 tickets. But we are not relenting. What are we doing? The email addresses sometimes give them up, because the one person that has access to this number of NINs sometimes use one email address. So with that, we're able to track them, and when we track them, we hand them over to the police. That is happening. This morning, we also had a case of people who are cloning our tickets. We're able to detect that. And how are we able to detect that? By deploying technology. I won't say how now, because if I say it, some smart people around here will now find a way of beating that. But yes, we are on top of it. We are looking at all of these possibilities. It is happening. We will not say it is not happening. But I can tell you that some of the arrests that we make are coming from people within these communities, not directly our staff. I won't say our staff are not involved. There are some few bad elements that are involved. When we apprehend them, they are being penalized. Again, as an organization, considering safety and security of our people, we know that if the passengers don't feel secured boarding our trains, then we'll lose patronage. So what do we do? How do we build their confidence? When you go to our train stations today, like the Advonics man had said, you will see the baggage scanners, you will see the walk-through scanners, you will see the handheld scanners. And I tell you that with the help of these baggage scanners and handheld scanners, we've been able to detect people carrying guns. And I mean guns and even machetes in their bags. We've been able to detect that and take that off. Again, on the issue of safety audit of our corridor, that's one of the things we are doing. We've done that before in the past in 2018 with the Office of the National Security Advisor. We've gone through all the states where we have our trains. We did that comprehensively. There's a comprehensive report to that effect. Again, lately, we've been partnering with the Office of the ONSA. We have had meetings with them, the police and all others. We are not resting because we know that when people don't feel secure to board our trains, we will lose patronage and we will no longer exist.
The Nigerian Railway Corporation is working around the clock to get the job done. I'd like to come to you next, the Advonics Group, providing scanners and technology to ensure that the Nigerian railway system is secure. Talk us through your last words.
Basically, just to add to what he said, besides the security in scanning baggages and individuals, some of the things we are working on right now towards the future is helping the railway corporation in managing their rail line processes. These are new ways right now that are trying to adopt from other countries, whereby the rail tracks are secured enough to detect certain things in the future. Those things are gradually being deployed, and we are working on it to help secure the rail line besides the passengers and their baggages. So that's the new area we are working on. Thank you very much.
Very much. Let's go to fire service. Your final words.
Good evening once more. On a final note, it is a bit broad, but basically you can take this home. When you want to do something that is as technical as fire, you must understand there are regulations guarding that industry. And because there are regulations, there will be willful compliance. And how do you get willful compliance? Get yourself educated. Basic economics from O level says buyers beware. Because if you are not aware, you will bring hazard into your house, and it's the hazard that will kill you. Nature does not forgive. So ultimately, everybody should understand that because nature does not forgive, you cannot go and ask fire to forgive. So you just must behave appropriately. And you cannot behave appropriately without the right education. There are different levels. If you are a technical person, the level of fire education you need is different from if you are an operator. If you are an operator, you have a lower one. And ultimately, if you are just a user, you have a different level. So as an individual, you do your risk assessment, you know where you stand in this spectrum, and act accordingly. Have the right education commensurate with your level, have enough understanding of the enforcement aspect, and have an understanding of the fact that some of these things are beyond your control. You have to revert to engineering, you have to revert to the right people, because if fire is at its incipient stage, all of us here can handle it. Once it grows at a certain level, you must call a firefighter. Never allow it to get to that level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And finally, we come to the AVM. How are his last words going to be? We've talked about intelligence. We've talked about capacity gap. Does energy play a role? If the rail corridors are dark, what does that portend? If there are places where there is not enough light, what does your military background tell us? And what does the Office of the National Security have to say as final words in addressing these matters?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, just two words. One for the citizens and then one for Nigerian Railway Corporation. For the citizens, I would encourage you to take ownership of this asset, the critical national asset of which the rail system is one of. It's for you. It's for the citizens. So do not see it as government responsibility or NRC responsibility. You have a role to play in terms of collaborating and ensuring safety. Where something appears unusual, it's good to speak up. For the Nigerian Railway Corporation on safety and security, I just want to ask that is to set an objective. For instance, okay, I want to achieve 1 year of non-incident record. Because once you set objective, you are forced to think. You are forced to review your options. But when those objectives are not set, then you take things as they come. Because when it's okay, well, for 1 year, we don't have any incidents or any infractions on the line, then when those things occur, you are bothered. So I want us to do to think outside the box, to go beyond what those routine things that we are doing now, and see how we can assure a safety and security of our citizens that ply these rail lines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, AVM. And that brings us to the end of this conversation on security and managing the challenges around our rail sector in Nigeria. You have heard from some of the finest minds in Nigeria in the security sector, and I think it is time for us to give them a locomotive clap before they take a photograph. So let's go. 1 clap, 2 claps, 3 claps, 4 claps. Locomotive clap. 1 clap, 2 claps, 3 claps. Locomotive clap. You heard it here first at the second International Railway Conference and Expo 2025 from the police. We've heard from the Nigeria Police Force. We've heard from Civil Defense. We've heard from Nigeria Railway Corporation. We've heard from a company that is busy helping with scanners, the Advonix Group. We've heard from the Fire Service. And of course, we've heard from our lead speaker, the Office of the National Security Advisor, who has been represented by an Air Vice Marshal of note. We thank you, AVM Ifyom, for joining us. It's time for us to take the picture. Nobody hired me for moderator, but this is a good job. Let's go. 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. Yes. VC Federal University of Transportation, you have to be on this panel. Honorable Minister, sir, you are welcome. CEO, you are welcome. We listened to Lawrence Freeman, who delivered that brilliant speech. Well, the first thing I got is that he is a physical economist, which is quite interesting. And he gave an interesting definition of infrastructure, which I find quite useful, that it is the physical intervention in nature, which I think this is wonderful. And he said two key things define infrastructure: the technology of that infrastructure and the density of that infrastructure. And these two things are key to growth in development. Now, he talked about the high-speed rail, and he said it is a game changer. He cited the example of China, which I'm familiar with, and I want to say here that China today, which happened to be one of the late starters in high-speed rail, today has about 38,000 kilometers of high-speed rail, and they are planning that by 2035, they will increase it to 70,000, which is very wonderful. He looked at the rail density in Nigeria. I don't always like to quote that as a transport expert, but there is about 4.1 kilometers per square kilometer, which is very low compared to the world average of 23. Now, he also said his advice is that there is a need for strategic planning. I always ask myself whether there is a difference between strategic planning and strategic management. And my answer is very simple. One is for academics, one is for the businessman. But they are the same. And in strategic planning, what are you doing? You are looking at the future. You are asking, where are you? Where are we today in rail transport in Nigeria? Where do we want to go? How do we get there? How do we even know we have reached there? These are key strategic management questions. But he said two things: that the human mind is the basis of all these things we are doing. And two key things are involved: innovation. He said innovation.
Please hold it for a second. I can hear some murmurs in the back. The Honorable Minister is in situ. Our international delegates are in situ. Our speaker is on his feet. Can we keep the noise level down? Thank you.
Thank you very much. He said innovation is very key. And he therefore asked, what does Nigeria have today? Over 200 million people. And that shows that Nigeria as a country has the capacity for a successful high-speed rail. Then he said Nigeria has a youthful population. And the youthful population has something, that is creativity. Well, it is generally said, even in academics, that for innovation, for creativity, you can innovate.
If you cannot, you can buy. And farm aggressively, you can steal. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we'll be discussing today. Well, I see this as the icing of the cake, which is the high-speed rail. That is one of the reasons why we are here. And so we'll be looking at that. And so the panelists, you will introduce yourself. Then I will ask the basic questions. But for me, I want to be finally, before I hand it over, he talked about the railways having very important role in our society. Those of you who are here yesterday, I did talk about the role the Nigerian railway played. And across the world, the economy of the world over the years had been, in fact, based on rail development. I will expatiate on that later. So let me give the panelists the opportunity to introduce themselves, then we can set the ball rolling. Thank you very much. Oh, you can use this.
Thank you much, Chairman. My name is Madam Maimuna Sidibe. I am from the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development. I am head of Infrastructure Division at the Department of Public Sector. So the ECOWAS Bank is based in Lomé. And as you know, the ECOWAS Commission is based in Abuja, and the ECOWAS Commission is in charge of the politics of the ECOWAS institution. So we as EBIT, we are the financial arm of the ECOWAS Commission. So our main role is to finance national and regional integration project and program for our members countries. And I have been requested by the Minister of Transportation to talk about the bank, how we can accompany the country in the financing of the project. I have to say that already we are financing the Kano Maradi railway project. We approved the projects quite 5 months ago, and we start doing our disbursement for this project. And recently, we approved also our contribution to the Lagos-Calabar road to highway, coastal highway project. This is also at the request of the federal government of Nigeria. As you know, Nigeria is one of the biggest contributors of ABID, and we are keen to contribute to all your projects. And we are also starting to finance some states like Niger State, Taraba State, and I think next month we will start working on some project for Boshi State. Yes, Boshi State. This is the project I just talked about is related to our public window. So regarding our private windows, we are also financing projects like construction of hotels, industries, SMEs, and we are also providing some line of credits to some banks to accompany some private actors. So here is mainly what we can do in the EBID bank. And in terms of connectivity, we are also working very closely with the WAP, which is energy arm for ECOWAS. We are also financing regional integration energy projects. So we are ready also if you have this kind of project and in this new high-speed train, we are ready to accompany the government of Nigeria. Thank you very much for inviting.
Thank you very much. Well, the key thing she has said, apart from the various rail projects they are financing. He said the bank is ready to assist Nigeria in financing the high-speed rail. Thank you very much. Doc, well, for you, the question I want to ask is, how do you think we can actually, at the speed of light, achieve this high-speed rail project?
Thank you very much. My name is Tayo Kayode. I'm a technical consultant with the ministry. A lot has been said since yesterday, but don't let me forget to observe the protocol. The Honourable Minister, you're welcome, sir. I appreciate everyone for your patience since yesterday. But one thing is clear. It's a paradigm shift now. It can't be business as usual. It was clear from all the presentations that we have heard that we need to modernize this infrastructure and move forward to the next level. But that's just one part. What about the human element? What about the attitude? That's why his presentation is very germane to me. And based on even what you said yesterday regarding capacity building, is on even one side. So the reality on not only for Nigeria, for Africa entirely, we have to change our mindset, either by way of getting ourselves involved, not working in silos, just like Prof have said. We have to collaborate. The Chinese are talking belt to belt. And I heard sometimes ago, based on even the presentation from Morocco, they are talking from Cape Town, from Egypt to Cairo. What's our role at the middle end here? So the beauty of it is this high-speed rail has come very much at the right time for the use of us here as a region, but to actually link. So as people are coming from Cairo to breed all this rail, whatever, and it's coming down from Cape Town, we are ready to bridge the gap. But the beauty is this kind of conference will bring consciousness to the table. But I have a question for me and you. How ready are we? De-Sadel have led us with this pack, and we have friends across the Atlantic that are ready to support. What about the gamut of issues that were laid? Today, I learned so much about even our security setting. I will make bold to say that we have best of brain even within our security setting. But there is a gap. We've been underrating even within ourselves of planning. Henceforth, whatever planning we do, we must involve fire service. Please, a round of applause for that young man who represents fire service. It was a real eye-opener for me to learn so much about fire service, not in the rudimentary way. As a matter of fact, I'm one of those that always underrate them. Why are you wasting our money on budgetary allocation for fire service? But I changed my mind today that we have a different mindset. And so should be for the other. So we need to have that paradigm shift going forward, either by way of our planning and even our academicians here. We need to do so much. One other thing before I drop, please. I was privileged yesterday, but I couldn't ask my prof, because there is this tutor of mine that was among us yesterday, Ambassador Keshi. I don't know whether Ambassador Keshi is here again. On policy, please, a round of applause for this young man. Ambassador Keshi says so much about why Africa is lacking when it comes to integration. So for us to move beyond the chaotic, for us to move beyond the silo, for us to move beyond winking in the dark, there's a need to leverage this kind of diplomacy. And I look forward to these cooperations and collaboration. Thank you for the first opportunity.
Thank you very much. Well, Prof, it's very clear that one key issue we need to deal with is manpower development. And since we are coming up with a new technology, and you are Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Transportation, I think this is a big responsibility for you. I also hope that the DGNITT is still here. Well, for the information of this house, the Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology actually started as a railway management training institute.
Correct.
Before the act that gave it all the other modes of transport. So, Prof, what are your immediate plans for high-speed rail technologies?
So thank you very much. Looking at this topic, very important, unlocking connectivity and competitiveness, as rightly presented by Mr. Roland Freeman. As a university, is also strategically positioned to provide the needed manpower. Because as I said during my presentation, that how much you invest in providing the infrastructure, connecting one place to another, if there's no commensurate human capital, such investment will not see the light of the day. And I said we are very pleased and gratitude that now investors are ready to provide the needed fund, to create the connectivity, to unlock that connectivity, not only here in Nigeria, but across the African countries. And we say our university also, it was established for that purpose, to provide the needed manpower and to make sure that we have done that efficiently. We have now started creating partnership between the university and sister agencies and institutions within Nigeria and outside Nigeria. We have already have an MOU with the NITT, INCAT, Ahmad Bello University, Zaria, and Bayero University, so that our students can get the needed training and also our staff can build their capacity. And outside Nigeria, we are also building capacity through partnership with those relevant universities like the Russian University of Transportation, which was also purposely built to manage transportation. You know, one interesting thing with the Federal University of Transportation, Daura, is that it's not such kind of other universities, which they were mostly established because universities were established somewhere. This one is a purposely built university, just to manage transportation, to provide the needed manpower. However, it's not only in transport, railway subsector, which we are talking about now, whole gamut of transportation. But for the purpose of this conference, the university is strategically established to provide this needed manpower. Remember that some of our students were already sent to China when the university was being built, and they have already came back with masters, and some are doing their PhD. The Honorable Minister received the second set of that student last year in this hall. And some of them are now the pioneer academic staff of that university. Because before we even employ them, we ask them if they are really interested. So all of them were not just employed like that, but only those who pointed out that they are ready to build career in the area of academic in transportation. And for that reason, the university now, we are very much ready to match the investment in the high-speed rail. Because I said that, therefore, in the end, I will call for these investors to also invest in this human capacity. As they are investing in the provision of the infrastructure, I am also calling on you to please invest in the human capacity. Why? How can you do that? by sponsoring research, by sponsoring exchange of students, by providing the needed equipment. And we are also grateful here that the CCCC is allowing us to use their corridors where they are working. Also team, the CRAC, the motor engine. So we are very grateful, and we are sure that also De-Sadel Consortium will do that, because I had discussions with the executive vice president, Dr. Stanley Kung, which he also promised that they will help us in putting together a curriculum for the programs on training of high-speed rail drivers, maintenance, control, and ICT solutions. Because we need to establish ICT solution whereby virtually we can drive the train, virtually we can see where are possible dangers, virtually we can see where are the places that need maintenance, and carry out such maintenance virtually so that physically can be done successfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm going to ask two people to speak to us on the high-speed rail. The De-Sadel team, one person, is Dr. Bola there?
Or Dr. Stanley?
Okay. Dr. Imam, can you just come and tell us in 1 minute the fascination of the high-speed rail? While you are preparing, I want to ask Prof this question. What would be your advice to us, to Nigeria as a country, in adopting this high-speed rail technology? Just 1 minute, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Look, this would change potentially everything in Nigeria, everything in West Africa, and implicitly the entire African continent, because you'll be bringing a new technology to the continent that doesn't exist now, and it doesn't exist in any of the Western countries either. And it's precisely that new technology that uplifts the current level of economic activity to a higher level. And therefore, I have some ideas about how this could go further, but that's the essential point, is it's a technological uplift that changes the geometry of your economy. You told me 1 minute.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Doc.
Honorable Minister, good evening, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming and coming in your numbers. For the high-speed rail, I think for me, it's going to bring a lot of economic benefit to Nigeria and also bring employment. And that's the first one. Some of us that cannot really be captured jumping onto aircrafts will have another viable means of traveling. And personally, people have been talking to me and everybody's excited that this is about to happen. And I think once we blaze the trail, others will follow. And that's another kind of, how will I say, domino effect. So I think De-Sadel is blazing the trail for others to follow. And kudos to our CEO for his vision. So basically, you gave me 1 minute. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I was given 20 minutes. I've already spent 18 minutes. I'm going to spend another 3 minutes rounding up. The high-speed rail, like Prof said, is a technology that is going to change the entire economy of this country. You see, if we look at the history of the railways, like I said yesterday, a whole lot of things happened the first 50 years of Nigerian Railways actually built the economy of Nigeria. Now, one of the things the high-speed rail will do, as it's connecting the 36 states of the Federation, is going to link very key cities. And let me say this. In between 1850 and 1900, Sokoto was regarded as the most populous city in the whole of Africa south of the Sahara. But what happened when the rail got to Kaduna? Kaduna overtook Sokoto, and up to today, Kaduna is still a lot, more populous than Sokoto, and so many other activities. So it is expected that the high-speed rail will change the economy of this country. It will change the dynamics of our economy. It will change the way we reason. It will change everything about us. And that is why we must adopt this technology. And I want to end up with this Indian saying that in the event of a tiger chase, that's a popular Indian saying, that in the event of a tiger chase, the strategy is to move faster than the last man. So we as a country cannot afford to be the last man. Thank you very much. Okay. So,
thank you very much. The panel has done a yeoman's job in such a very short time because we're running for time. I'd like the panel to settle down to a photograph now to indicate a moment in history. So I'd like the moderator to stand in the middle and take this picture. Madam, I would like you between the two men at the other end. Who, me? No, I'm not a moderator for this session. I moderated the last session. I took my picture. If you want me to join you, I will. I'd like to invite the Honorable Minister and the De-Sadel CEO to join. Abuja Chamber of Commerce, if they are here, would come forward for this photograph, please. Yes, Professor Freeman, please. He presented the paper that they discussed, so why not? He should be in the picture. I don't know if anybody noticed that the Vice Chancellor is looking like one of his students. Don't we see? I don't get it. I don't understand. But in public speaking, they say you should dress like your audience. So there you have it. Man is looking like one of his students. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, this panel. Can we have a round of applause? And you heard the proverb about the tiger at the end. Thank you very much, madam. Well done. Great job.